Whew. Good morning. How are we doing today? What's up? How we doing? Hey, I'm walking here. Ugh. Thank you, Microsoft. Boop, 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 boop. That. Hello, Ed. It's a sweater, actually. Two days, one day. Hello. Yeah, whatever. Copyright free lo-fi beats. Hello. We're back, baby. My favorite 36-star teapotter. MP3 lo-fi music tonight? Sure. You crown Shiori today? Nice. You know, I don't have to use Sharnyun anymore. Yeah, whatever, she's fast. Boing, boing. You haven't done your Genshin dailies in a few days. Are you free? I think you are. I think that is exactly what that means. Rehydrate. Did you know this stream is brought to you by Zest? LiveZesty.com/Jason25 for 20% off your order. High caffeine energy tea. Good morning. I'm a little upset Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't run well on this Steam Deck. Apparently it doesn't run well on PC as a whole, though. They fucked up the PC port. Which is weird, because it's an RE engine game. And none of the other RE engine games have had bad PC ports. They've only had good ones. It's kind of whack. It doesn't run well on anything. It's sad. Oh. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a shit show. 30 FPS on PS5. Oh, okay. So it just doesn't run well. That's weird, because it's a Resident Evil engine game. All of the other Resident Evil engine games have run very well. That's odd. Fucking Monster Hunter Rise is a Resident Evil game, and it runs on the goddamn Switch. It runs. They made so many horrible decisions. It feels just like the original. Maybe the cracked version with better performance. The DRM isn't going to tank your performance that hard. Bad news for you. What's the other game I was really excited for that just didn't run on PC? The Jedi Fallen Order sequel. Jedi Survivor. I still haven't played it. I loved that first game. And the PC port is so bad I haven't played it. It's an actual tragedy. It's an actual tragedy. The best Star Wars media in years, and the sequel doesn't exist. Azure Lane Power World. Azure Lane Power World. I'm excited for Azure Lane Power World. The footage looks really good. It has 2 DRMs. It's still not going to take enrollments that hard. We'll see what they do if they put out a performance patch. Your sad Power World isn't getting any meaningful updates. It's not dead, but it's dying. It was always going to be dying. That player counts is unsustainable. Smart developers for not investing too much money into it. Because that wave was never going to last. Outer Ring DLC? Yes. I think I'm gonna play Ghost of Tsushima when it comes to PC. I will probably end up playing Ghost of Tsushima. I've heard very good things about that game. I have no idea when the PC port releases, though. Oh, there's no event. May? Okay, so next month? Or in about a month? Arlecchino month? Okay, I'm already sick of this lo-fi. I'm already sick of Persona 3, but it's lo-fi? Alright, you got it, Jaeger. I do not enjoy this playlist. Power is a single-player game. Mainly, people will play it and then stop, just like they give Elden Ring and literally any other single-player game. Yep. Power World was really fun. I enjoyed it when it was. I enjoyed it. I also am not interested in coming back to it. I played it. Maybe if they like dramatically overhaul a bunch of the systems, like add more building, I'd get more into it. Or I'd play it again, but it's done. I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, that's the one. The ore grind was horrible. I AFK'd overnight for it. What's my favorite Pokemon gen? 4. Why do they give you 2 characters? Why do they only give you Raiden and Nahida? What do they only give... What? Why do they... What's your favorite? Your name has 4 2s in it. So it's either Gen 8 or Gen 2. Hello? Adjust the camera angle so your character... What? Okay. This is just... This event is awful. This event is awful. What is a supersets particle and where is it? Oh. Can I just AF? We can't even AFK! Bruh, you can't even AFK. Multi-event puts Nahida in first state. You can't even AFK until the timer runs out. That's so cringe. Free to play, forced to play. Oh my god, there's more. Shenhe and Ayaka. Hold E on Shenhe. Hello, Ghost Shenhe. How are you doing, Ghost Shenhe? Man, Shenhe does not open her eyes. Her eyes are always closed. Oh, they're open here. The Dragon's Up too fun. Yeah, it is fun. It's really like very similar to the first game. But that's not always a bad thing. The ball then dropped because I dashed. Can I just like find a way to AFK this? I'm done. I'm over this. Game of the year if they fix the performance. Yeah. The camera work like the book for particles? Yeah, of course it does. Quit early. There's 10 seconds left anyway. Guy and Al-Haytham. Interesting. Interesting. Guy didn't pause. I didn't pause. Aletham also just didn't pause. Okay. You know, 1 to 10? We'll play him all the time. Yeah, he doesn't pause. Yeah, he doesn't. These ults don't pause. Oh, it's normal attack now. Interesting. That's why I was missing it. Wait, this isn't ending? Influenza. Okay, get the flu. For a second, I don't know why I heard that as affluenza. Sorry. Influenza. Okay. Oh, TCG event is back. I turned in commissions. Yep. Okay. Teapot. Cool.
If I have Homo already, should I go for C1 or Cappuccino's weapon?
We'll see if they nerf the weapon on Monday. And if they buff C1 on Monday. But right now, I like the 5-star weapon over C1. But C1 is a stepping stone to get to C2. So if you are planning on pulling cons, always prioritize the constellations first. Make sure you're able to get them if that's what you're interested in going for. You can always get stuff. You can always get stuff on reruns. It's not a big deal. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a joke? What's the joke? I didn't play that much of it. To be honest, what I did yesterday is I played the Rick and Morty shooter. Because it was cheap. And I ran on my Steam Deck. There's a UID review. Pop fan. Pepe dub. I know what's coming. Oh, okay. Wow. Look at that. Just by the Deep Rock Horde shooter. You cleared Abyss after 6 hours a day for 8 days. As a Promelia drama. humor threatening company because they saw a male character. That's hilarious. Mr. Toes. Wow, it's a good glad it's a really good glad set. Nice circlet. Nice Mr. Toes. Good sands. Good feather, good flower. Wow. It's a good guy. And ER is a little low. Based. Why is it on Fab? Because they didn't have any other options. They got C3 Shungling. Okay. That's not bad. React Andy content. Spend 2 weeks to find main stats and sets. That's not... I actually will watch this.
When you build a character in Genshin Impact, there are generally 4 different areas of progression that you focus on. Character Ascension, Weapon, Talents, and Artifacts. Each of these things cost resin to upgrade, whether it's in the form of ley lines, domains, or world bosses. For most of these areas, it's very clear exactly how much stronger you get, and how much resin it costs to upgrade them.
That is not true. People do not know how much damage they get from levels. People do not know how much damage they get from talents.
That build path. For example, leveling your skill talent from 6 to 7 increases its damage by 7%, and it costs roughly 80 resin to farm the talent ascension materials. Ascending and leveling your weapon from 80 to 90 increases your damage output by approximately 9%, and it costs about 120 resin for a 4-star weapon, and 180 resin for a 5-star weapon to farm the weapon ascension materials. While the exact numbers might vary for different characters, weapons, or talents, we can more or less deterministically say how much stronger we're going to get from upgrading something from level X to Y, and also estimate how much resin it's going to cost us. Of course, there is some RNG involved with the Ascension material drop rates, so you might get unlucky and have to run a domain 1 or 2 extra times. But in general, the variance isn't so extreme that it strays too far from the expected value. In this way, the character build process is like a series of contracts that you make with the game. The game says, give me 300 resin, and in return, I will make your character 10% stronger, or whatever that number might be. This model allows us to make informed decisions about where to invest our resin first, so that we can upgrade the things that give us the biggest return on investment, and work our way down to upgrades that are less resin efficient. This applies for most of the 4 areas in our character build progression journey.
The catch here is that it's not about... This kind of minutia doesn't entirely matter. It's more important to know to prioritize characters. As I think the catch here. You have to know to prioritize your majority damage dealer. The characters that are, or the character that's actually, where the non-resin efficient upgrades become resin efficient. You can't... I hope he addresses that. I hope he addresses that.
There is one part of the build that is unfortunately not so predictable, and that is artifact progression. If progressing talents, weapons, and character levels are like a series of contracts, progressing your artifacts is more like spending a month inside of a casino, not knowing whether or not you're going to walk out with anything worthwhile. When you consider all the different variables that go into building an artifact, the sheer number of possible permutations that an artifact can look like is a monstrously large number. Because of this, no matter how much resin you gamble away on an artifact domain, there's really no good way to exactly predict how much stronger your character will become after farming for however many weeks. And likewise, it's not very easy to estimate how much resin we need to spend to increase our character's damage output by a certain amount. To help tackle this problem, I wrote a small program that can randomly generate and upgrade a 5-star artifact, based on the probabilities that we know are used in the actual game. This allows us to simulate the process of rolling lots of different artifacts on a very large scale. Using this as our building block, we can simulate the process of progressively upgrading a character's artifacts in a way that's very similar to how I actually do it in the game. Whenever I obtain an artifact, I first evaluate whether the main stat is something that's desirable for my character. Then I look at the substats and see if there are at least 1 or 2 substats that are useful for the character that I'm building. If it's an artifact that starts with only 3 substats, then I'll first upgrade it to +4 to reveal that 4th substat, and then further evaluate whether it's worth upgrading all the way to +20. If I do decide an artifact is worth upgrading all the way, then I finally evaluate whether it's worth replacing my character's current artifact with it by comparing the expected damage output before and after.
Wait, you don't keep in mind what you own first before you roll the artifact? That doesn't even make sense. All right, chat. When you get an artifact, you +4 it, and then you compare it to what you already have. You don't compare it after you've already leveled it. Because if it has the you need to compare multiple times. You need to know if it's good.
Equipping that new
Or you need to know if it's even worth rolling, if it's possible you could even get an upgrade.
By repeating this process X number of times...
Hey, shut up. One substat in a dream. Roll because Gacha. Sometimes you just don't roll 3 lines.
We effectively simulate what our character's stats might look like at the end of farming X artifacts. As an example, here's what Wanderer's artifacts and stats might look like after simulating this process with 280 random artifacts. Or roughly 4 weeks worth of farm.
Why do these pieces have no attack %? I feel like this is fundamentally flawed by the person rolling it, but I can't prove that.
One problem that we face, though, is that because artifact generation is so random, if I run the exact...
These pieces have no attack %.
One problem that 200... As an example, here's what Wander...
Flower. Crit damage, crit rate, flat attack, ER. Sands, crit rate. EM?
Artifacts and stats might look like.
Oh, no, here. This one has attack, okay. 10 attack %, 10 crit rate, 16 EM, 13, 10, 21, and some flat, and no flat on the circlet. That's the goblet. No flat on the goblet.
After simulating this process with 280 random artifacts, or roughly 4 weeks worth of farming. One problem that we face, though, is that because artifact generation is so random, if I run the exact same 4-week simulation again...
They're randomly generated artifacts that he's choosing whether or not to roll. Is, I believe, the way he's done this. Or that's the methodology explained.
We can get a completely different set of artifacts and a very different looking stat sheet for a Wanderer. This ends up creating some very inconsistent results that are difficult to draw any meaningful conclusions from. One way we can mitigate this variance is simply to repeat the simulation a bunch of times. In this case, I chose to run it 1,000 times, and then average out the stats we get over all of those iterations.
Desired substats, okay.
Now that we've set up the tools and methodology, we can try working out some of the problems that we posed earlier in the video.
Okay.
First, I tried simulating
this is fine. Yeah,
stats after 1 week's worth of artifact farming, then 2 weeks of farming, then 3 weeks, and so on and so forth up to 20 weeks.
Yep.
I chose 20 weeks as a kind of arbitrary maximum because I felt that that's usually enough time to farm up a decent set of artifacts for a single character. But of course, we could always go higher if we wanted to. With this series of simulations, we can see how Wanderer stats get stronger and stronger with each additional week that we spend farming. The number I'm most interested in tracking is this expected base damage stat. This is just a product of the total attack, crit multiplier, damage % multiplier, and reaction multiplier. This is basically an aggregated stat that can tell us how strong our character is by combining our offensive stats into a single number. And we can use this number to track how strong our overall build is at any given time.
It's effective attack.
Now what we can do with this data is consider week 20 to be our target stat goal, and then track how close we are to that goal on any given week. Now that we have this data set, we can make some pretty interesting observations. The first thing that immediately stood out to me is that we achieve over
I got food.
60% of our 20-week goal after just 1 week of farming. That quickly goes up to over 70% after week 2 and almost 80% after week 3. The key takeaway here is that the majority of our character's power budget from artifacts is unlocked in just the first few weeks of farming. And if you understand how artifacts work, this actually isn't very surprising. Most of an artifact's power comes from its main stat. And for most sets, the set effects are also a huge part of what makes the artifact desirable in the first place. RNG is still a big factor in finding set pieces with the right main stats, but the randomness is still relatively mild compared to finding the right substats.
Right, order
It's
McDonald's.
completely reasonable to expect that we can find these desirable main stats within the first few weeks of farming and unlock most of that power budget that the artifact has to offer. The second thing that stood out to me is that at the halfway point in the simulation, or after 10 weeks of farming, we are already 95% of the way to our 20-week benchmark. Another way of framing this is that it takes just as long to achieve the last 5% of our goal as it did to reach the first 95%. This really puts into perspective how difficult it is to improve your artifacts after you get past a certain point.
Yep.
Once you've already hit these major stat benchmarks, trying to improve your stats anymore just comes down to making these tiny micro optimizations that cost you a ton of resin and barely increase your damage.
Yep.
Bringing this back to the question of resin efficiency, we can already start to formulate a strategy from what we've learned so far. When you start building artifacts for a new character, I recommend starting off by spending about 2 weeks worth of resin
For a new character is not the same as for a new account. For a new character, it starts with what do you already have.
farm your artifacts. And in this time, you're just looking for pieces that have the right main stats for your character while also finishing a 4-piece set, if that's something that your character needs. The pieces that you find in these first 2 weeks are probably not going to be great artifacts, but based on the data that's generated by the simulation, even with these far from perfect artifacts, as long as you have the right main stats and you upgrade them to plus 20, you can still expect to unlock about 70% of the total power budget that your artifacts have to offer. And given the relatively small amount of resin that's used in those 2 weeks, this is a really good deal. This is a very efficient usage of your resin. The second thing that we learned is that artifact farming quickly becomes very resin inefficient when you're just trying to improve your substats. Up to week 5 is actually not too bad. Gaining 10, 6, 3.5% more damage for a week's worth of resin is actually not a bad deal. But once you start going into week 6 and beyond, you're looking at only 1 to 2% damage increases for each additional week that you spend farming. And
Now, kind of complicated part is whether or not that 1% is actually inefficient when you factor the character it's being used on for an account. If you are playing Wanderer, what are your resin priorities? Wanderer and Bennett talent levels and Bennett weapon levels.
And that's really just not a very good rate of return for the resin that you're investing.
There's really nothing else you can spend your resin on that's going to give you greater returns.
Your resin is much better spent on other parts of your build first. Get your weapon to 90, get your talents up to 8 or 9, level your characters to 90. All of these things are more resin efficient in terms of increasing your damage than trying to improve your artifacts beyond this 5-week benchmark. It's only after you've done all of these things that I would continue farming more artifacts. From this point, I usually aim for stats that are roughly around this 9 to 10 week benchmark. Of course, there's nothing stopping you from farming beyond this point. You can only get stronger from farming more artifacts. But the key point that I want you to take away from this is that after approximately this 10-week benchmark, it's going to be really tough to make major improvements on your artifacts. Most weeks you will probably walk away with no new good artifacts. On the weeks that you do, you're probably going to increase your damage by 1, maybe 2%. So if you're in the process of building new characters or multiple characters, really do stop and think whether there are other places that you could spend your resin on before you get this deep into artifact farming. Up to this point, we've done all of these simulations and analysis while making a very big assumption, and that is that we only care about attack, crit rate, and crit damage. And I actually picked Wanderer in this simulation very deliberately because he is a character that doesn't care too much about having a lot of ER or EM, and he really just wants those raw offensive stats to maximize his normal and charged attack damage, which is where he gets the majority of his damage output from. And in this sense, Wanderer is actually very picky about what he considers a good artifact. If it doesn't have all three attack, crit rate, and crit damage, he's probably going to want to keep looking for a better piece.
Yep.
Now, on the very opposite end of the spectrum, we have another damage dealer who is much better at utilizing all kinds of different stats, and that is none other than our Spiral Abyss poster child, Xiangling. The key difference with Xiangling is that ER and EM are actually quite valuable stats on her that directly contribute to her damage output, on top of the traditional offensive stats like attack and crit. And this means that Xiangling is much less picky about what she considers a decent artifact. If we're farming artifacts for Wanderer and we come across a piece that looks like this, we're probably going to throw it away, or at least try to replace it very soon, because it doesn't really offer a lot of value to Wanderer other than that main stat. But if we're farming for Xiangling and we find this piece, we would be pretty happy to see it. The EM directly amplifies her vaporize reactions, and the ER improves the uptime on her burst, which is where the vast majority of her damage comes from. So this is a really good artifact for Xiangling, even though it's not the typical high CV artifact that would...
Yep. Where is Hu Tao? I mean, the artifact has HP percent. The point is identical either way, because they have the same amount of useful substats.
You're usually looking for. Because she's able to utilize a lot of different substats effectively,
doesn't really
she has a
matter
much
who they
bigger
use in
pool
this
of
example.
viable artifacts to pick from. That having been said, let's see what the stat progression looks like when we rerun the 20-week simulation with Xiangling instead.
Oh. Furina can also abuse it. EM on Furina depends on team. That's not necessarily the same. Furina also doesn't use attack, she just uses HP.
What we see here is that the overall trend is still very similar. We still have this logarithmic curve where most of our progress is front-loaded in the first few weeks. We hit that 95% mark right around week 10 again, and we very slowly approach the 20-week benchmark with each subsequent week. But when we compare this to Wanderer stat progression, we immediately see one key difference.
This is correct.
The progress in the early weeks of farming is noticeably better for Xiangling.
Yep.
After week 1, we are 66% of the way to our 20-week goal, compared to 60 for Wanderer. After week 2, we are 76% of the way there, compared to 71. And this is directly related to Xiangling being able to utilize other stats instead of just attack and crit. Even if you're not finding artifacts with perfect substats in those first 2 weeks, there's a much higher chance that you'll find at least a semi-decent artifact that still boosts Xiangling's damage, because she has a much bigger pool of substats she can work with. The key takeaway here is that it's generally less resin efficient to build characters that depend on just attack and crit, at least for the first few weeks. If you're building a character like Wanderer, you should expect that his damage will ramp up a little slower in the early stages of artifact farming, because you'll be looking for very specific pieces with a smaller pool of acceptable substats, which will naturally take longer to find. Some other characters that have similar build styles to this are Ito and to some extent Neuvillette.
No, you need to include attack Furina. Yeah, you need to include attack Furina.
On the other hand, characters whose damage scales off of several different substats...
regarding Neuvillette, you do need to consider the fact that he can use multiple circlet types. You don't need ZR2. Yeah, you don't just need ER2. Here. We've actually run simulations like this. We just did roll count, and we were targeting 28 rolls to get off the ground. So here's an attack damage percent crit build. Here's an HP build. This one is HP damage, crit, or HP with 140 ER. This one is either crit circlet for Hu Tao. Here's EM Dendro crit. Here's EM, EM, EM. EM, EM, EM with 10 rolls. EM, EM with 180 ER. This is why I say Kazuha is very expensive. We've kind of looked at a lot of these figures before. Yeah. But yes, regarding getting an EM-EM stat, or EM-EM on a 4-piece set, it is actually more expensive than getting a baseline build for Hu Tao or Xiangling. Oopsies. It's actually more expensive on average to get a full EM build. On a 4-piece set. Specifically on a 4-piece set.
ramp up slightly faster. This means that you can get them off the ground and at least somewhat working.
The best thing about don't feel Cosmo was so unintermittent on that many teams. Yeah. Was that with ER? No. But the with ER doesn't make that much of a difference.
Just
the best thing about the EM stats is the 4-piece set bonuses aren't as necessary. The difference between gilded and 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM, or even just no set, is not massive. And you're never going to farm flop. On a new account, unless you're doing Hyper Bloom plus Wanderer, or Nilu plus Wanderer, you are never going to farm flop for your first however many days. Flop is just a massive deficiency otherwise. Because it does cost as much resin to get a 4-piece set as it does for a damage dealer.
First couple weeks of artifact farming. Aside from Xiangling, characters like Alhaitham and Sino are on this end of the spectrum. These are...
Woo. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is not entirely accurate.
Are characters that utilize a lot of different stats to compound their damage, and it makes it a lot easier to find not perfect artifacts, but at least workable artifacts. Most damage dealers fall somewhere in between these two extremes. Most characters have a desirable substat pool consisting of one primary scaling stat like attack or HP, and then crit rate and crit damage, and finally EM or ER, or sometimes both. Aside from the difference in desired substats, one other major difference between farming for Xiangling and Wanderer is that Xiangling uses the Emblem of Severed Fate set, which is a set that's available from the artifact Strongbox. This means that even if we find an artifact that's not desirable, we can recycle it to give us another chance at finding something better. One thing that newer players might not know about the artifact Strongbox is that it actually has a significantly higher chance of generating a 4-line artifact compared to artifact domains. Roughly 1 in 5 artifacts you get from domain runs will start with 4 substats. This rate is increased to about 1 in 3 for artifacts you get from the Strongbox.
That's correct.
So not only does using the Strongbox give you a second or third chance at rolling a desirable artifact, but it also statistically produces better artifacts.
Yep.
When you compound these two benefits together, we end up cutting our farming time by a pretty significant amount. Let's see what our build progression for Xiangling looks like when I enable the usage of the Strongbox. This means that after we're done farming and upgrading our art...
Now, you need to factor in that resin is more expensive. I hope he's accounting for the 3-to-1 conversion ratio. Technically, it's not as problematic, but it does take you longer to, technically it's 1-to-2, after you recycle, but you need to consider, you're not going to be farming Emblem and Strongboxing Emblem. You're going to be farming something else in Strongboxing Emblem, if you actually want it to be efficient.
Artifacts, we recycle all the artifacts that we didn't upgrade.
Okay, no, he doesn't care. Okay. No, you would not do this. No, you would not do this.
And look for new artifacts to upgrade out of those that come out of the Strongbox. Then we keep repeating this process until there are no more artifacts left to recycle. And this is what we get. At the end of the 20 weeks, we're about 2.4% stronger than if we hadn't used the Strongbox. And this alone doesn't sound very impressive. But rather than looking at how much stronger we got, I'm a lot more interested from a resin efficiency perspective in finding out how much faster we hit the same stat benchmarks compared to when we weren't using the Strongbox. In the original simulation we ran with Xiangling, we achieved about 90% of our 20-week goal in about 6 weeks. If we compare that against the run where we did use the Strongbox, we're now able to achieve that somewhere in between 4 and 5 weeks instead. Let's just call that 4.5 weeks. If we're aiming for that 10-week benchmark, like I mentioned earlier.
Strongbox uses the same drop pool or drop table as bosses. Trance domains and bosses in general have a higher likelihood of giving 4-liner artifacts. And as well as the Strongbox, by extension of that. It is one of the reasons that Wanderer's Troop and Glad do, or their 40 resin farm, because they're from bosses. So they made them technically slightly better because of that.
or about 95% of the power of our 20-week goal, the Strongbox allows us to hit this benchmark somewhere between week 7 and 8 instead. Again, let's just call that 7.5 weeks. In total, we save about 2.5 weeks worth of resin on farming artifacts. This is 2.5 weeks worth of resin we can use to start building a new character sooner, or work on other parts of our build, maybe even clear the Spiral Abyss that much sooner. The point is, being able to obtain extra artifacts with the Strongbox cuts down our farming time by a really big amount.
Until you also need to factor artifact XP. Artifact XP isn't free. Am I eating French fries?
If we look at week 14 of our Strongbox assisted run, we've already hit the 20-week benchmark from the original simulation where we weren't using the Strongbox. On average, we're hitting the same stat benchmarks approximately 1.4 times faster as a result of using the Strongbox. Another way to think about this is that the Strongbox multiplies our resin efficiency by about 1.4x, which is a huge factor. Because of this, using the Strongbox is the single most impactful thing you can do to improve your resin efficiency when farming artifacts.
Until you run out of XP.
Please do not feed your +0 5-star artifacts for artifact experience.
Whoa! 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 Not entirely correct. Whoa. That is not entirely correct. Whoa.
To them, run them through the artifact Strongbox for other sets that you need, and you will save yourself weeks or months worth of resin over time. I know some newer players might be hesitant to use the Strongbox.
Just do artifact roots, then it's very correct. Artifact roots aren't going to help you when you have like 5 pieces you need to roll. And you're getting new pieces you have to roll every day. Because you're trying to progress that quickly. There is a point where it is reasonable. It is perfectly reasonable to use some 5-star fodder.
Because it feels like you're losing a lot of artifact experience by not feeding those 5 stars instead. But please trust me when I say this. The resin that you save from using the Strongbox is going to be infinitely more valuable than the experience that those 5 stars would be worth. Let's just consider the scarcity of the two resources. You can come across artifact experience in a lot of different ways as you play through this game. You can get it from your teapot, you can get it through exploration, from the 4-star and 3-star artifacts that you get from the domain runs. Over time, you will very naturally accumulate an abundance of artifact experience. Resin, on the other hand, not so much.
These things are all time-gated. These things that he has mentioned are all time-gated. Oopsies. I assumed you have infinite time. Oopsies. We didn't assume a limited timetable. Bruh.
Extra resin is very difficult to come by, and that is intended by the game.
Bruh.
Game's design. Resin is one of the 2 premium resources in this game that ultimately gate your progress, the other one of course being Fates, or more generally Primogems. At a very basic level, Fates allow you to expand your character roster, and Resin allows you to strengthen your character roster. So given that Resin is one of these 2 premium progression gating resources, as I like to call it, it's really important to use every tool that you can to make the most of your Resin. And the Artifact Strongbox is exactly one of these tools that can really add a lot of additional value to the resin that you spend. One last thing I wanted to look at is what this build progression looks like for a character that cares about only one stat. A prime example that many players already know about is Kuki Shinobu, when she's built as a Hyperbloom carry who only cares about maximizing her EM. And this is what her stat progression looks like.
Yep.
What we see is that
cap out very quickly. Yep.
Progression is even more front-loaded than Xiangling's. After just 1 week of farming, we've already achieved 74% of the damage we would output at week 20, and by week 4 we're already at 90%. Understanding why this happens is kind of related to the first major lesson that we learned, and it's that the artifact main stat makes up the bulk of its stat budget. And as it happens, EM is available as a main stat on 3 different pieces: the Sands, Goblet, and Circlet. Once you find these 3 pieces with that EM main stat on them, there really isn't that much more room to improve the build. The only way you can get more EM is from the substats of the Flower and Plume, but those are relatively small increases in EM that are going to take a much longer time. So it's a combination of the fact that Kuki only needs EM, and that she doesn't need to spend extra time looking for better sub.
Now, would you like me to show you something? Would you like me to show you more important? Something more important. I'm going to show you something more important. Okay. While you're farming for your Shungling, your Shinobu is here. Without spending a drop of resin on her. You don't have to spend any resin on this. All this is wasted resin right now. If you're actually talking about resin efficiency, you would not farm a set for Shinobu. From her own domain. You would do it passively. Just by getting EM main stats on others, on random bullshit sets. And you can use 4-star instructors on your feather and your flower for an extra 80 EM. Don't you want to farm Deepwood? You do! You don't want to farm that much of it. You just want to farm until you get any Sands for fucking Dendro Traveler. They're never going to do any damage. You're wasting your resin looking for good sets there. You just need bare bones. You need ER.
Links. After just 1 week of farming, we've already achieved 74% of the damage we would output at week 20, and by week 4 we're already at 90%. Understanding why this happens is kind of related to the first major lesson that we learned.
Also, EM is a stat with actual diminishing returns. Is it as relevant for Hyperbloom? No. It is more relevant for Vape, and technically Spread, but mostly Vape. But it is still a thing.
And it's that the artifact main stat makes up the bulk of its stat budget. And as it happens, EM is available.
What about Nahida? If you play Nahida, you do need to farm Deepwood if you want your Nahida to do damage. Nahida can be an off-field DPS. She does need to do damage to serve that, so yes, you'd have to put a lot of resin into Deepwood. But otherwise, I really wouldn't.
As a main stat on 3 different pieces: the Sands, Goblet, and Circlet. Once you find these 3 pieces with that EM main stat on them, there really isn't that much more room to improve the build. The only way you can get more EM is from the substats of the Flower and Plume, but those are relatively small increases in EM that are going to take a much longer time. So it's a combination of the fact that Kuki only needs EM, and that she doesn't need to spend extra time looking for better substats on those 3 pieces.
One second. Oh shit. None of units will just use Deepwood and just put it off for Hyperbloom teams? What? Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, I was talking about never spend resin exclusively on Shinobu. On a new account. Spend resin in a way that benefits multiple teams at once, which means two-piece on your Shinobu. That's what resin efficiency actually means in this context. That is what true resin efficiency looks like. The ability to have another team ready while you're prepping your first team. Having DMC Cole be mostly passive investment, or DMC Cole Hyperbloom be mostly passive investment, is the best thing about them.
Allows her to ramp up her damage so quickly. In general, characters that have mono stat builds like this are extremely resin.
Also, characters that can use multiple main stats for their circlets, goblets, does make their builds cheaper. So he pointed out Nuvulette. It's not entirely true. Nuvulette can use HP circlets, HP goblets. HP circlets and HP goblets existing and being viable, or even sometimes better, makes him more resin efficient than a character like Wanderer, who can literally only use crit, animo, and attack on their main stats. To be superstar on any of them? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think there are characters that are inherently stronger in early game? It depends how you want to define early game. But yeah, absolutely. Characters that get more of their damage from HP just have more consistent damage. They also have more consistent damage across teams because they are less dependent on overall buffs. Because the only HP buff that there is Hydro Resonance. That's one of the reasons that characters like Nuvulette or Hu Tao are extremely good on new accounts. There is also, again, Kuki Shinobu, DMC Cole are free. You just need to be able to give them a Hydro character. Ideally, you give them Jingcho. And ideally, you have Jingcho at least at C2. But that is inherently very good. And it allows you to focus on having a second side ready.
Efficient to build. Zhongli, most animo supports, and the damage augmenting.
No, actually. The 28 roll Hu Tao build is quicker than a triple EM stat. On set, reminder. This one. This is technically just like highly variance, and it ignores the fact that you don't have to spend resin on your EM set. The best thing about the EM set is you don't have to farm flop. Don't farm flop. This is true if you farm flop, in which case it costs more resin to get an EM trigger, or the same amount of resin to get an EM trigger off the ground as it does a DPS, but you can be cheap about it. Every CC says otherwise? Okay, they're wrong. Okay, they're... that being said, 28 rolls is not the same as 35 rolls, and 28 rolls is not 38 optimally distributed rolls, or 28 optimally distributed rolls.
Sports are some other.
We didn't associate Akasha with it. It was very bare bones.
Characters that fall under this category.
Is it triple EM main stats? It's an off piece. We're ignoring off. Again, this is not that big of a scope. The scope is not that large because we're not assuming offsets or off pieces. The actual early game investment in Genshin Impact is pull. Don't be afraid to pull. These might not be the best banners, but at least they can get you 4. Okay, this banner might not even get you 4 stars. Don't be afraid to pull. These might not be the best banners, but don't be afraid to pull. You get 4 stars. You get 4 stars. You get 4-star weapons. These are imperative. Even if you get a dead 5-star, you get valuable things. That absolutely can be worth it for you. That is the actual early game advice.
Category. These types of characters are really valuable to have in a new
You could wait 11 days for Nuvulette Kazuha? Sure.
because they add a lot of value to your team without requiring a large resin investment to start being effective. This is a big part of the reason why characters like Zhongli and Kazuha are used on so many different teams by a lot.
What? Oh, I just got hit with a... What? Rewind. Excuse me.
Zhongli, most Anemo supports, and the damage augmenting family of supports are some other characters that fall under this category. These types of characters are really valuable to have in a new player's roster because they add a lot of value to your team without requiring a large resin investment to start being effective. This is a big part of the reason.
No. 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 These characters are wastes of resin in most cases. No, these characters are absolutely wastes of resin.
Why characters like Zhongli and Kazuha are used on so many different teams by a lot of different players. Of course, the main reason is that they have very strong generalized kits that allow them to fit in.
No, they don't! The problem is they don't! The problem is they don't! They don't have very strong generalized kits. You would never say build Shenna. She's very generalized. What the fuck?
Into many different teams, but cost to build and time to find viable artifacts is...
Kazuha should be out here. Kazuha should be out here. Kazuha should technically be off the screen in this example. Kazuha should technically... Anyway, would you like to know how long it takes to get 180 ER on your triple EM? In terms of days. Technically a fraction of these would have a triple drop, doesn't matter. Or a double drop. That over 180. This is 100 days. If you assume Freedom Sworn doesn't exist, then Kazuha was very easy to build. In that case, you're looking at this number. 220, which, yes. Very easy to build in quotation marks, because this is about as much as it takes for a DPS character. This is a DPS character's resin equivalent. Is the slight problem with that? Because Kazuha can't use off pieces. Or you can use one off piece, but you can't use... You can't run 2 ECM, no set, or 2 PCM, 2 PCM for Kazuha. It has to be VV.
Is an often overlooked...
The problem is it has to be VV.
But important factor, especially if you're a new player.
So he costs about as much resin as a DPS. Is this public? This is from Jarv, who used to be one of our moderators on Discord. Kazuha can use 4-star pieces. You can't get 4-star pieces from the Strongbox. And you would never farm the VV domain. Kazuha cannot use 4-star artifacts anymore. That is not true.
If you are a veteran player and you've been playing Genshin for a long time, you probably don't care much about resin optimization anymore. You probably have a lot of weapons already at 90, an overabundance of Ascension materials, and lots of plus 20 artifacts that are just waiting for the right character to come and pick them up. But if you're a relatively new player who's just starting to get into the mid or late game, I'm sure you can already feel that resin is an extremely limiting factor to your character's.
Can you explain why you'd want to even ever fodder 5-star artifacts? Artifact XP is a time-gated resource. If you're trying to rush, there is nothing wrong with leveling some artifacts using 5-star fodder. If it can get you the results you're looking for sooner, in the short term, there's nothing wrong with it. Eventually, you do build up a surplus of artifact XP by farming artifacts, because you stop getting rollable pieces. But when you are rushing, you never hit that point, or you're very unlikely to hit that point, where viable upgrades don't commonly drop. You need to be continuously rolling artifacts looking for upgrades. You will run out of artifact XP.
Progress. And starting at
Roots are time gated. You can only do it once a day.
AR45, the resin that you need to spend on artifact farming is a big part of that challenge.
Either use Fab or ER Sands. No, you don't use ER Sands on Kazuha. You either have the ER or you don't burst. The reality. Most people just don't build ER on Kazuha. And that's fine. It can be, like, that's not really problematic for most cases. It's not really problematic at all. But people still want to burst. Is Fav a brick? Fav is not a brick. Fav is very good. There's Zyphos now. How do you get a Zyphos? Not bursting is usually as good? Yeah, usually it is good. Ain't nobody reading that conversations. Grade 9 teams with DPS. Huh? Zyphos are 1 or Fav R5. I'd say it depends on the team, but honestly, just use Zyphos. I'd say it depends on the team, but I would just use Zyphos. Did I miss a part of this conversation? How do you get a Fav? Fav is available from the permanent pool. Zyphos is not. Zyphos is only available on limited banners. You are significantly more likely to have a Fav than you are a Zyphos. Just get Zyphos is not fair because it's literally not available. Because it's literally... Doesn't mean it's guaranteed. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed, but it does mean it's significantly more likely. If you want weapons that are guaranteed, there was Tokubo Shigure, which is not available anymore, or Iron Sting, which is always available. In which case we go back to you either burst or you don't.
With that having been said, I hope this video and the key takeaways
Zyphos is extra not guaranteed.
That we covered gave you a better idea of how you should approach artifact farming in a way that allows you to get.
There's also Dark Iron Sword, the 3-star sword in Leeway. Yes.
Resin you have.
Hello, Jello.
For a lot of people watching, there's a good chance you're already familiar with the concepts that we discussed. Prioritize main stats, focus on substats later. Not exactly a novel idea considering how long theory crafting in this game has been around. But even if you are a veteran player, I hope the visualizations of the stat progression and the ability to quantify just exactly how much stronger we're getting per resin spent was still a valuable takeaway. At least for me, these were the kind of findings that motivated me to write this program and make this video in the first place.
Interesting
Regardless
stuff.
of how far you are into Genshin, I hope you learned at least one new thing from watching this video. As always, thank you.
The major value for Dark Iron Sword is it's a 3-star weapon. It costs less. It literally is less expensive to level. It costs less resin to ascend. Good video. That is a good video. I wish it kind of addressed off-piecing and not using a set for characters like EM triggers. And I also wish it addressed character priority. A 1% damage gain on someone on Wanderer is not equivalent to a 1% damage gain elsewhere. But that's alright. Good video. Catching your stream for the first time, like, my PC content. Oh, thank you, Ishan. Deviation in build quality. Good video. It's a good video. He gets it. Westminster Hunter. No one's lined up for Verbis. No one's like. Does anyone need a Vis help? Anyone? Anyone? Hello. Navi set one. I should be farming an obvious set. You aren't wrong. I should be fucking obvious. Huh? I'm about to call Tula, chat. If no one needs help, I'm gonna call Tula. No, we can call Jello. We can call. Oh, hello, Chibos. They made a character that lets everyone plunge. This is Ganyu's mom. Look, you plunge. Rare Chimus sighting. Chimus is back. Chimus is real? Actually, can we get... We could get Chimus to do this. We can get Chimus to do this after a 6-month hiatus. We can get... Thoughts? Or a year hiatus? You did your best, you're down to run it back? Alright. Run it back. Oh, Chimus, you missed the Elon too. Your Kazuha's back in 2 weeks. Kazuha is back in 2 weeks. You're ready for your 3rd attempt at Kazuha C2. That's my take on Nivulette. You tried him on Abyss second side. He felt weaker than other top single target teams. He does. He is. That being said, top is not the same as most. The other week we were talking about the can be better than Nivulette tier list, the Dragon Scale, as a joke. There are like 4 characters that outcompete him. He's generally good across all content. He's very... Nivulette's great. He's also not substantially better than other characters. It should really be the big takeaway, though. Don't get too caught up in bat or hype. He is just another 5-star DPS. A very good one, but he is just another one. Oh, hello, Jello.
What's up? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good.
What's... Oh, you still liking Shiori?
Am I still liking Shiori? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
UID review doesn't exist?
So, what?
Someone redeemed a UID review for a UID that doesn't exist. For a UID that doesn't...
Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh, no, there we go. There we go. Look at their Navia. Wow.
I'm a bit behind.
It's a good Navia. The worst piece here is the Sands. It's a good Navia.
My Navia Sands is not great either. I think it's okay. It's an off piece though.
Triple Crown is good.
I think that Novelette, the reason why he's the best carry is because of his AoE, not his single target for sure isn't the best in the game.
It's among the best. It is an important thing.
Yeah, it is important. He's definitely not.
He's not just an AoE character. The same way, yeah.
Yeah, he's no. What's an actual AoE
Xiao.
character? Like, sure.
Yeah.
I did have someone try. Someone that will remain unnamed for now, because anyways, I just don't want to name them. But they were trying to tell me that Zhao's single target was better than Hu Tao's single target, and I'm just like,
Based. Team DPS, no.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Single target, like, it's. I guess it's very like personal dependent. I don't know. Like if your Zhao is really good and your Furina and Yelan kind of suck. I don't know.
Yeah, that you could. Furina Yelan is a team with a decentralized damage profile. It's going to reward more even resin investment, but there are multiple teams that exist. You can always play Yelan, Bennett, Kazuha if you want to be about that.
That's my favorite Yoimiya team.
Yeah.
What do you think about Yoimiya?
What do I think about Yoimiya or 2024 Yoimiya?
2024 Yoimiya.
I think 2024 Yoimiya looks pretty cool. She does really solid damage. She's a normal attack spam character, so it's going to be easy to play.
So sad. I love real Yoimiya, but I hate real Yoimiya. I have such a love-hate relationship with old Yoimiya.
I think Yoimiya is fun. Her problems are mostly just the attack scaling. It limits a lot of her teams. People overstate the you don't want to be interrupted thing, which is not really true.
I definitely agree with
Play shielderless teams, they're more damage, so they're worth it.
Yeah, because people are like, oh, but it interrupts your combo. Yeah, but if your combo does no damage, then it doesn't
Who gives
matter.
a shit? Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I think Kazuha, Yell, and Bennett, very good. I played Yelan Zhongli Chiori on a viewer account the other day.
Yelan, sorry.
Yelan Chiori Zhongli, Yoimiya. Double Geo.
Yelan.
It's not bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I played it too. I think one of the big issues I'm having with Yoimiya is that my Shumanawa pieces are just not that good.
Ooh, really?
Compared to like my emblem like it's like I have one of those accounts that just I have like two and a half sets of emblem that are better than any of my Shumanawa sets.
Sounds like you just fought all your Shumanawas without rolling it at that point.
That was a little bit of an issue, but
that's usually what that's code for. That's
also no.
Okay.
But sort of, but no. But anyways, I'm gonna be farming it more. I need a better Yoimiya. I love Yoimiya.
Strongbox, really easy.
Yeah, but I also need more emblem because my Xingqiu is neglected.
Oh. My Xingqiu is also neglected these days.
Do you find yourself using Xingqiu
No.
less now that there's Furina and Dylan?
I don't use them at all anymore.
Yeah, same.
Wait, it's a shame because I was the original Xingqiu proponent in 1 blank era. I could be quoted saying Xingqiu is actually the best character in the game, but he's just not useful for damage anymore.
Yeah, I still think that there is like an argument to be made for
Survivability.
survivability, and just like potentially multiple teams, or just like not having to roll for Yelan. Like you don't lose, like you lose a bunch of damage for sure, but it's not like you need that damage to.
On a
beat the
Hu Tao team,
game.
it's at least a 15% damage loss to use Xingqiu instead of Yelan.
But some people might value the comfort, like
Yeah.
between Xingqiu and Hu Tao's innate interruption resistance.
Yeah, you can just tank things. Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes her very, very comfy, especially for someone newer. So like I think that there's an argument to be made, and also like if you're newish and you don't have that many characters, like, and you're looking for, it's conceivable that saving, like if it's at the right time, like saving and not getting Yelan and getting someone else, it's conceivable that could be better when you have Xingqiu.
You could also just play Furina, Yell on one side, and you have Xingqiu available if you wanted to do a hyper.
Yeah,
one.
exactly. That too.
Yeah.
I think also Novelette is a factor because lots of people have Novelette as well. So
Well, in that case, Furina is spoken for, and she kind of can't be part of the
Oh,
argument.
that's actually a good point. How I'm gonna make my Novelette video pretty soon. Like how big do you think that the Furina is for his team? Because to me, it feels like night and day.
Yeah, it is very big.
Yeah.
I also have C0 if you like. It is. I do have constellations on Furina, but I know the spreadsheet difference. When your best team with Furina is Kazuha Zhongli,
Yeah.
even if we pretend the on paper damage is similar between the two, it's a team with Zhongli in it. You're actually getting that damage.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
At C1,
Why did I bring Nahida instead of Shine?
at C1, you would do. Well, I don't know, like Fischl over
No,
Zhongli.
you still use Zhongli. You
still use Zhongli.
Some people like using Shangling.
Yeah.
But-
I find the ER too egregious.
You still use Zhongli, which is the funny thing.
Wow.
The shred is just worth more for him and Furina than basically any other character's damage.
Even with Kazuha.
Yeah.
That's nutty.
You can run Fischl, get some EC going for AoE. It can be comfortable,
Yeah.
but it's not necessarily more damage.
I guess for AoE it might be. But
The problem is the AoE argument gets invalidated by spinning your mouse in a circle.
right, I can't. Yeah, I play a controller. I can't do that. I could turn on. The.
You could
the
spin
thing,
your
though.
controller in a
Gyro.
circle, gyro.
Yeah. I haven't done that yet.
Petra's a cool set. Don't neglect Petra for that
Sure.
or for John.
Petra makes a lot of sense in that team.
There is also you're familiar with new light rotations, right? How to optimally do the 4 charge attacks?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay. Actually, let's go through that right now. So you're gonna start your rotations with Z skill, and then you're gonna use one support, Furina, another support, one charge attack, burst, skill, charge attack, and then if I didn't get staggered, you would do 2 charge attacks here.
I'll have to rewatch this because the stream is so much behind your audio that
I can write it
it's
out.
starting right now. So, okay, skill, Zhongli.
Here. Actually, I have it written out. I have a new bullet thing. Let it thank you. Here we go.
That's crazy that Zhongli is still.
There you go. So it's E skill, 1 support, Furina, other support, Neuvillette, charge attack, burst, skill, charge attack, 1 support,
nice.
charge attack.
Okay, nice.
Is that the rotation if you... No, that's if you are playing Sack Jade. But in general, you always want to play like you're playing Sack Jade because buffs fall off.
That's funny.
If you are worried about timing, you can do 3 charge attacks, skip the one after the burst, because that's the way timing is the tightest.
Right.
Better. Wonderful.
Novelette is so comfy as a DPS. It's crazy.
He's especially good in this Abyss. I wonder
I
if
feel
he's
like-
on banner.
since he's come out, a lot of abysses have been especially good for him. Like, you remember when tons of abysses had like characters, like enemies way in front of you and then way behind you, and then they'd spawn like in different. I mean, obviously you can do the. I guess you can do the rotation, the spinny controller thing with Novelette.
Yeah, they spawn in a line now. Yeah, they spawn in a line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
every
I know
enemy
exactly.
spawns in a line since Novelette has come out. Like every enemy, like they are actively pushing Novelette agenda, just like they push Nilou agenda.
Did you
after
notice?
Nilou's come out.
They also did the same thing when Resin released. Enemies started spawning in line, so you could hit them with her burst.
Mm.
That
one I didn't notice because I didn't have Raiden and I wasn't really playing. I was new.
But what I was also saying is, enemies have pyro shields or dendro shields in pretty much every version of these abyss layouts. Whether it be the dendro balls or pyro abyss mages, they've done a very good job giving you an extra stack on Nilouette for free.
That's true. That's a sneaky thing.
It's yeah.
They're so sneaky, man.
So technically because of the way they've been designing content, getting 3 stacks without C1 with Hydra Resonance is not impossible, and it happens more often than not currently, or maybe not more often than not, but very commonly.
Yeah, very commonly. Those are really interesting.
Pyro Whopper Flowers, they can shield up.
Yeah. Yep.
Genshin's game design is so toxic, you almost can't help but be impressed with how good their game designers are. It's sneaky.
It's not that toxic.
It's sneaky. If you want like toxic game design, look at Star Rail.
Yeah. Yep. People are just oblivious to Star Rail's problems because there are certain things that are solved over Genshin.
Because they're being bribed. because they're being bribed.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, like, like for example, a really good example is the relic system is like way more toxic than the artifact system, which is already hella toxic.
Yes.
So but everyone praises Star Rail for quality of life when like arguably one of the most important things is just insanely toxic.
Yeah. Well, I fucked this up.
So that's funny.
No off pieces. Yes, no off pieces, more substats. There's a lot to be upset about with Honkai Star Rail's relic system.
Yeah. Someone said the overhype on Nilou was crazy on release.
Nilou released without Furina.
Sorry?
Nilou released without Nahida.
Yeah.
I
think they
know.
must mean like after Nahida was released.
I don't know if I'd call that overhype.
I think some people like me overcompensated. Like I think I overrated Nilou a little bit because people were underrating, like as like a whiplash effect.
I think
not like
Nilou's
not like intentionally, but like
I just think Nilou's very good.
yeah.
Especially on new accounts.
It's so good on new accounts. It's crazy.
Yeah. I am honestly a Nilou fan.
I think she is not as good as she was in. I just think it's like the same thing that will happen to Novelette, is that the abysses were just so good for her then, and they're not as good for her now. That's like the thing.
It's like they aren't willing to make an unfavorable abyss for Nilouette. They did it to sell Chevres. They put the Tulpa in, and when recently reruns, I'm sure the Solitary Swan Eye will be an abyss.
Which one now?
The new boss from last update, the dragon with a cat face.
Oh, weird that he hasn't been in there yet. Yeah.
They were saving for a recently rerun. Are you familiar with its mechanics?
No.
Oh well, I'll read what the abyss one's gonna do out loud. Let me pull it up.
Sounds good.
Basically, the boss rewards you for having a cryo character, and actively will screw you if you don't have a cryo character in your teams.
Really? That's so wacky.
But I said they're doing the star rail thing. Okay, solitary SWAT, monster mechanics.
Yeah, we heard you wanted star rail stuff in your Genshin games. So
Yeah.
here we are.
A beast dwelling deep in the mountains, it will periodically draw upon adeptal powers to unleash Hydro ult and Animo ult. During its ults, all type resistance is increased by 200% for 10 seconds. Hydro ult. During the ult, it continuously applies Hydro to itself, freeze it with a cryo attack, and destroy its frozen state with any cryo reaction to remove its resistance and temporarily paralyze it. Animo ult. Swirl it with hit the orbs with Electro, Hydro, Cryo, or Pyro to remove resistance and temporarily paralyze it. Abyss version. Actually, hold on. There's another thing. Hydro and Adeptal Animal powers are used alternatively at intervals of 30 or 60 seconds. The first is always Hydro. When HP falls below 70%, it will use the Hydro ult, ignoring the time interval. When HP falls below 40%, it will use the Animal ult, ignoring the time interval. The Abyss version. Upon entering battle, it will immediately use the Hydro ult, and then immediately use the Animal ult.
Huh. Interesting.
So if you don't have a cryo character in your team when this thing enters Abyss, you've lost your first 30 seconds. And then it will do the Hydro roll again at 70% HP, and you've lost another 20 seconds, or you've lost about 20 seconds to that.
Damn.
Because it gets 200% resistance for 10 seconds.
Damn. That's a lot of resistance.
It's a lot. 2.3 million HP at level 100 in Abyss.
Damn.
70% Hydro res, 70% Animo res. So all of your Hydro characters do less damage.
That's kind of crazy.
Yep. What happens if you don't freeze or shatter it? It does its big super moves and has resistance for 10 seconds.
That's gonna be nasty.
Yeah. I am very confident that this thing will not appear in Abyss until it's a recently rerun.
Right.
Because of how much it rewards cryo.
That makes sense to me.
Yep. There's freaking Zhao and Wander every other Abyss. It is funny that it's animal resistance. It is funny.
But I mean, I guess it's kind of funny that they have to do this because cryo is just so bad.
I mean,
Poor Deluke, I've been doing the potion event and I haven't gotten his potion right yet, so I just cooked him 2 days in a row and had to send him home. They forgot what it was. He wants Constitution and Wisdom, and I just didn't make it. And he's like, I'll go wait at the Dawn Winery.
you think cryo is noticeably worse than all the other ones except Geo. Geo just got support. Geo got a really cool support character.
Is cryo worse than Geo?
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, like, I stopped making my type analysis videos mostly because elements are just essentially who has the better characters. It's not really about the element. Like, if they made like a Geo character, like imagine this: you make a Geo character that every time it does a crystallize, it buffs the other reaction by like 500% or whatever, something big. And then they made a Geo artifact set that was like Archaic Petra but like 3 times better. All of a sudden Geo is a must-have element. It's the best element in the game because it's got the most broken character and the most broken artifact set. And then they give a character that's Geo grouping, and then they give, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's not really about the element, it's about the characters that they give it.
I think there are a couple things working against cryo, which is its resonance not buffing all cryo teams.
Yeah, it sucks that you have to have cryo applied to the enemy.
Yeah, or freeze, yeah. And freeze being immediately removed from bosses, which makes Blizzard Shard less of a set because you have literal damage tied up and the enemy being considered frozen.
It really
It's
sucks.
not even about bosses not being freezable. It's about bosses not being considered frozen. Bricking your set.
Yeah, I always thought that they when I was like brand new, I was like, surely they're considered frozen. Surely.
I would hope that they eventually release a character who's like, all right, all enemies within the circle are considered frozen. You have absolute crit rate on your Post-Destroyer set. Have fun.
That would be sick.
Like, they really should have done that with Shenhe, in my opinion.
That would have been so good, dude.
Yeah. The enemies don't have to be frozen. They just have to be considered frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have to be like in the immobilized kind of state.
That Saritsa freezes bosses and the timer. Saritsa freezes time.
That would be so funny. Do you think they should make it so that alts freeze the abyss timer?
No. Stuff still happens during them.
That's true.
I don't even think the abyss timer should stop if you pause the game because of that, because of some exploits.
I don't think that that you should be able to open the map.
Yeah.
I can't do it on controller, so that's why.
I can tell you all the stuff that you bypass by pausing the game, because it's not just particles. You can bypass swap timer, some reaction timers. ICD used to until they fixed it.
I know, it's actually kind of like a broken strat.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually like really good. I see it on speedruns all the time.
The reason you see it so much in speedruns is because it can also desync the timer from actual game time.
What?
You stop it at specific intervals and the timer won't tick over a full second.
Wow.
When it should have. Or when it should have earlier, because things are... That's the reason you can see 10-second Kenki speedruns, because the timer gets confused when you open the window.
Wow.
You desync
hate
it
it
from
here.
gameplay.
It's a good thing there's no leaderboards, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
That would be toxic.
Yeah. Many speedruns
What do
being 80% booking, they have to be because of how his E-skill works, unfortunately.
What do you think of the potential for the user-generated content thing?
It might just be an event.
No, but because they specifically said things that would heavily imply that it's permanent.
Okay. Sounds cool. Do you think it's just for the teapot?
They used so much language about you can consider this a new game mode that is as important as the original game of Genshin Impact. Like, they want this to be... What I'm worried about is not that it would be for the teapot, that it would be its own separate thing.
Yeah, like the teapot or TCG. Yeah. Sounds
Like
interesting. Like, we've had build the domain events.
Yes. And they said that and yeah, that's the other thing, is that they said they want to make it permanent. The domain event. In the live stream, they said that.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. So that makes me think that that this is kind of what they're talking about. Yeah. My worry is that they might not make it full featured enough to like really make it a new game. You know what I mean? Like that it like the teapot.
It's hard to do
sort of
user-generated content without the ability to create your own assets.
Yeah.
Mario Maker was very good at doing it. Of course there's Minecraft, but people also do create their own assets for Minecraft, and it literally has development tools inside the game.
I just don't think that Genshin would do that. But I think, to me, as if they can make unlimited enemies, or like not unlimited, but like if I can put like 2 Primo Geoviships, that would really, be very cool.
They're also limited by mobile constraints. They can't have too many big enemies on screen.
Yeah, that sucks. Maybe one day cloud gaming will be such a thing that they host their own cloud gaming server. So that even if you're on mobile, you can just cloud game.
They have the money to.
Yeah.
I guess the only drawback about mobile for cloud gaming is internet connections.
Yeah.
It's interesting though. User. Are you familiar with Warframe?
No.
Okay, well they have user created cosmetics that that are monetized. Any player can design a skin or for a character and advertise it on the Steam marketplace, and it can be approved by developers and be sold in game.
There's no possible way that Genshin would do that, but it would be amazing.
It would be really cool. They could crack down on modding by literally implementing it into the game.
There's no way.
Yeah.
It would be amazing. Maybe
also,
when Genshin's main
it also
story is
outsources
completely over.
them selling cosmetics or skins.
That would be crazy.
So that could also speed up the skin timeline or pipeline by literally outsourcing it to the community. Hasn't Valve been doing stuff like that for a decade? TF2, I think so? Or Dota? Warframe is the popular example. It's called Tenno-Gen.
That would be crazy. I guess for you, do you have, you're still here obviously and you're still streaming, you're still having fun. Do you have a problem with the end game, or what are your personal
Genshin Impact's
on...
end.
Yeah.
Genshin Impact's endgame is the treadmill. It is making your characters stronger
Yeah.
and attempting to show that off. That
And
is
you have a
that
problem
is
with
Genshin's fundamental like player retention loop.
Yeah.
And that is its endgame content. Its
Yeah.
content is the overworld and its combat mechanics, but outside of that, it is the treadmill.
It's Jamie.
Player. Eh. Player regarding building on that, it's hard to say whether or not user-generated content is the same or even comparable to that, because it seems like it'd be so different.
Well, I would argue that the TCG is also end game.
The TCG is a source of infinite content, yeah.
I don't play it as end game.
I don't do it either.
But you know what I really enjoyed? You know what my favorite TCG moment was? In the desert world quest, when you're in the middle of the desert with Jet and the other guy.
Oh, you played cards with them?
Yeah, and he's like, hey, we should have a game of cards. And I'm like, you know what? That just sounds great. Let's do that. I don't know. I was like, this feels like I felt more immersed in the world because of that.
Oh, that's
fun.
I love that
that.
some of the Arabites are playing TCG in their camps.
Totally. I just think that that's great. And also when they first introduced it, how all the characters were like, yeah, there's this new card game that's like taking the world by storm, and who made it, and like all this stuff. And I was like, this is cool. I like this.
I almost wish. I think TCG could actually be more popular if it had an external app client.
Dude, why doesn't it have an external app? My buddy would have actually played it with me. He was like, you're telling me I have to not only play this
You have to
degenerate
open it on
game,
your phone and consume all of your phone's like battery to run it.
and I have to play it for how many hours until I can unlock it? Like,
It's pretty. I think that's pretty. It's pretty quick to unlock TCG.
maybe if you know how to speedrun it, but for a new player to do this completely separate activity for like 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah. It really should have its own client linked to your Genshin account, and you can share decks, so you can have like all your decks and stuff.
Yeah.
Or even just your Hoyo lab.
Yeah. Exactly.
You need to be AR 25 to do TC. That's not 6 hours. It's like 10 hours. That's like maybe 20.
Yeah, I didn't know how many. I don't know how many
Wow.
it was. I just know that whenever I looked at it, I was like, yeah, that's kind of a lot.
That is a lot. Yeah. I feel like TCG could actually be more successful if it was an external app client. Or if it had
Yeah,
an
because
external
I would
interface.
actually consider playing it if I could just
Open it on your
open it
phone
up
and do
on
a
my
quick game.
phone. Yeah. But like, if I'm opening up Genshin, I'm not going to the TCG personally. It's just
Yeah.
I don't know.
If I'm opening Genshin on my phone, I'm checking my resin and running a domain.
Yeah, 100%. Or condensing my resin for later.
Question for Jello. What would you like chlorined to do?
Oh, I've thought about this a lot. I thought it was pretty funny. The one allegedly, not actually a leak, but someone on Cloran made was like, they're planning on making her a ride and power creep.
Source.
But
FUK. I have two answers for this question. I'll let you go though.
all right, I would love. I think lore-wise, it makes way more sense for her to be a DPS. And I don't know, it's kind of tough for me because even though I thought about it a lot, I don't have a very good answer because I don't want her to power creep Raiden because like you don't really want to, especially because Raiden is a solid carry now with the introduction of Chevreuse. So I think that it makes the most sense if she was a carry for her to abuse Chevreuse. So that would, if she was the best Chevreuse team, she just would power creep Raiden. So, and I don't think an aggravate carry makes sense because every Electro is an aggravate carry by default because official. So it kind of makes sense from like a gameplay perspective for her to be official upgrade. Even though Yai is kind of official upgrade already, we just have a lot of Electro characters. I think what would actually be the unironic best thing is if you guys ready for this? She's an off-field electro-physical hybrid DPS
Yep.
that makes physical meta. That's what she should actually be.
I mean, we can even. Yeah, I think that's. Yeah.
And
It's
she's
either-
so strong of an off-field physical DPS that she, on her own, makes physical a thing, and she gives like a physical damage bonus to the active character on top of like doing a crap ton of physical off-field damage and electro application
Yep.
for your on-field Fremine and Eula and Aya and Razor.
What have we gotten over the last two patches? We got Chevreuse, we have Chiori, and we technically have Shanyan. These are characters who buff existing characters who had maybe fallen a little bit behind.
Yeah.
It's Eula's turn. Where is the Fizz support, MiHoYo? We got a Fizz, we got a new Fizz DPS in 4.0, and then it hasn't been touched since.
Yep.
But outside of that, if you wanted to tie back to Dendro, I'd take a Yai / Vishal who could trigger Hyper Blooms consistently.
Yeah.
And-
Can you imagine how good a dedicated Hyper Bloom character would be?
just off-field Cyno. I would take off-field Cyno.
Yep.
It would also make running healerless or a different healer than Shinobu and Hyper Bloom a real trade-off.
Yeah.
Instead of just, you kind of sometimes get more Hyper Bloom cores.
Yep.
There's technically a third option as well. Say whatever you want. Raiden National, Xiangling Jingqiu Bennett Raiden,
Yeah.
is, or at least was, very popular.
Yep.
It would make sense to somewhat support that team archetype. I'm actually a little surprised we haven't gotten a set for Overload Fape because of that. They could release a on-field DPS who could compete with Raiden for that.
They could.
They could. I don't think they will,
Yep.
but and just a third
I don't know
option
how
just
you
because of
do
the former
that.
popularity of the team.
But I think that what makes it popular is Raiden's infinite interruption resistance and reducing the ER needs of the team. Combined with the fact that it just happens to work really well together. I think it's almost like an accident that it all came together like that. And Raiden actually like synergizes really well with what makes that team popular, and I don't know how they could make a character that would upgrade it without just power creeping Raiden.
You could power creep Xiangling.
Now that is something that I really want, but here's my okay. You're ready for my take that the Pyro Archon will be a Xiangling Bennett combination and do off-field damage in Pyro while also buffing your on-field character.
Maybe. I think we're gonna get attack percent buffer.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna get a way to just get 100 attack percent for your characters.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I heard you talk about that, and I agree.
There are so many high base 5-star weapons now.
Yeah.
It just seems the most likely thing.
Yeah,
be able to build
I
on
agree
it.
with you on that.
Yep.
That makes sense to me.
It also helps them push their 5-star weapon agenda. The training guide is a little embarrassing.
The training guide is here's the thing. The first time I actually recorded a video, I didn't realize that it only recommended stuff that you own.
Yeah. It only recommends stuff that you own. But if you own a 5-star weapon on that weapon type, it will tell you to use it.
Not necessarily, because it doesn't recommend a 5-star weapon for Baiju for me. But I do have both Skyward Atlas and Kagura's Verity.
Do you have 1,000 Floating Dreams or Jadefall Splendor?
No.
Okay.
Because those are actually...
Have you looked at Mona?
Don't know. I think so. I think it recommended something bad.
Yeah.
It actually doesn't recommend a 5-star. Widsith, Prototype Amber, Thrilling Tales.
Wow. It tells me to use Lost Prayer.
I don't even have Lost. Well, it's because I don't have Lost Prayer.
Yeah.
It's literally just based on people's usage rate, and it's weird that it. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Jean's top 3 weapon options: Skyward Blade, Aquila Favonia, Primordial Jade Cutter. Thanks, Hoyo.
I'm surprised that it doesn't recommend you Prototype Amber over Thrilling Tales. I don't know. How does it? This.
Oh wait, Mona. Prototype Amber over Thrilling Tales? No, it wouldn't. Layla, it's not going to say anything about Harbinger of Dawn. You know.
I'm disappointed by the lack of Fav overall on the.
I'm really impressed with it. Like, I've talked about it. Yelan, beautiful.
The Yelan one is the Yelan one is respect.
It's beautiful. They did it. They did it right.
It actually just nailed it.
Yep. Thank God it doesn't have something like Hunter's Path or Polar Star.
I love my Wander recommendations. Even though I have cash flow, it recommends Kagura's, then Tome, then Widsith. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's telling me Lost Prayer, Kagura's Widsith.
Yeah. That's funny.
Matt, what a mess.
Yeah, it is a mess. But
I wish it gave us the actual usage rate. I thought we were gonna get numbers. I'm sad.
That would be nice. That'd be at least more interesting.
It gives you numbers for artifacts
Yeah.
in the older system.
It is overall. I think overall it is a W though. Like overall, for a new player to actually have not the worst recommendations is honestly such a huge W for new players. Because I was like using Black Tassel on my Hu Tao, you know?
You can use White Tassel.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't know that. So
Did you know Black Tassel is as good as Homo against slimes?
yeah.
If they ever release a Hydro Slime boss, Black Tassel's in
If the-
business.
If the Talupa was counted as a slime.
Black Tassel, right? It gives you 100 damage percent against slimes. It gives. Is it 100 or 120? Something
remember.
like it is. Oh, 80%, not 100. Increases damage against slimes by 80%.
That's so funny, dude. And it gives a lot of HP.
44 at level 90.
The highest HP substat in the game, still.
Is that still true?
After two additional pole arms, it's Black Tassel still has.
Is it still more than
Yeah.
the Caduceus?
Unless I read it wrong, I think it is.
How much HP does they give then? I'm kind of curious. 'Cause apparently, I don't know.
Watch the primordial one be a giant slime. That's funny.
Dialogue it does. Oh, 41. It is 3% less. Oh, no. Black Tesla is actually 46.9.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Nice.
Black Tassel meta supremacy continues. They just refuse to power creep Black Tassel.
Black Tassel for Zhongli.
Oh, it's so funny to me.
That is really funny. I mean, to be honest, I just use Fav. I would use Fav on Zhongli every time.
Yeah, I never actually used Black Tassel, but
If you really
I
needed
still
the shield
think-
strength, you can get it though.
yeah, there are times where you don't need the energy and you could use the shield strength more. For sure.
Fav is just, it's nice because Zhongli doesn't try her energy.
Yeah.
It's 50-50 when his pillar pulses hit, but they have to hit.
You have to actually not spawn it into the enemy so it actually spawns.
And it needs to hit.
And
The
it
enemy
needs to
can't
hit.
move.
He can't be destroyed.
Yeah. Zhongli's energy,
not
not
great.
It's really bad.
Sad.
Albedo had
That's
a
what
lot
I-
of the same problems.
That's also one of the reasons why Chiori has felt like such a nice upgrade for Navia, is that the crystallize is just so much more consistent.
Crystallizes are consistent. Geoparticles are consistent.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
Yeah.
Like really nice. It just feels so good.
It's really nice. Yeah, I decided to get C1
Nice.
because I like Chiori. I think she's fun.
I like Chiori too. I also decided to wish for C1, but I didn't get it. And I'd refused to spend money, and I also shouldn't activate it, so
Yeah, good thing you missed.
yeah.
Who'd you hit though?
Tainari.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though, because I don't activate that either.
Oh,
Maybe
you don't
one
activate
day.
cons on standard banner characters?
No. I still think it's pretty unrelatable since some people like it's relatable sometimes, but also sometimes not, because I have C9 Jean and no Mona, except for when I wished for her.
It's a little bit. I always don't even like talk about standard characters because you effectively can never guarantee them, and
Yeah,
you
except now
especially
you
can't
can.
get them. Yeah, except now you can. You can choose to wish for a gene if you really want to.
I think it's fun that now that when they finally released limited characters that are better than all the standard characters, so that it's never optimal to use a standard character, that now they allow us to wish for standard characters. I think that's funny.
Standard characters have always been that way though. They're like a revolving door of usefulness.
Except that it's true, but Klee was kind of good actually.
Klee's not a standard banner character.
Oh,
Klee's
right.
not a
Sorry. Okay, so Klee. So sorry. like Kaching was kind of like a good aggravate driver, like arguably the best. No, because they were Yai at the same time, so never mind.
Well,
Diluc would have been for plunge. Jean would have been, you know, I don't know. Ugly is not a standard banner character. I'm lost. I'm tired. I'm lost. You talk now. Say something so I don't have to look stupid anymore.
okay.
Talk.
In 1.0, people were really hyped on Mona, and they were hyped on Mona until all the way through 2.0, or till the end of 2.blank cycle.
They were even coping on Mona being better than Kokomi, right?
Yes, or Freeze. There was also, especially in 1.0, specifically in 1.0, people loved Fizz Jean.
Yeah.
Jean overworld carry.
It was pretty funny coming into the game as a new player in the beginning of Inazuma, when all the most popular content was still 1.0 content.
Oh, did you craft a crescent pike?
I did not craft a crescent pike, but I did use the flute on Kaching because M-Tash said it was really good on Kaching.
Nice.
And I leveled it to like level 80 because M-Tash said it was really good on Kaching.
To be fair,
Because he was so hyped when he got it.
It was really good on Kaya for Freeze.
Yeah.
Because you don't need crit rate, so Black Sword wouldn't do much. Also, Black Sword is a
Right.
badass weapon.
Yeah. After I found out though that it wasn't actually good on Kaching, I just foddered it into something else.
There's also like legendary days in 1.0. Diluc is the best DPS in the game. Reset for Diluc. Reroll for Diluc. Klitzing is not as good as Diluc, but she's not bad.
Yeah.
I remember being upset I got Klitzing instead of Diluc.
I saw Kaching. Kaching was actually still in S tier on the tier list that I looked up when I looked up Genshin tier list on Google. Kaching was still S tier.
Nice.
People asking, why did you listen to M-Tash? How am I supposed to know? He had a lot of views. I'm brand new. What am I supposed to...
Who was it that said AR-45 is a trap?
Who said AR-45 is a trap?
Yeah, I don't remember who said that. But that was content in 1.0. The world becomes too hard if you ascend.
I did see that. Because I watched the new player tips. I did see that. That might have been M-Tash. I don't know.
I think it was. I think it was. Don't raise your word level, it's too hard.
I think it's hilarious how M-Tash, like, he's like, my favorite content is when I can make, like, day one, like, guide content on new secrets in the games, and it's like, everything you discover is, like, wrong at that point. Like, not just particularly
respawn! Oh, it was Matt Justic!
Yeah,
there we go.
Matt Justic was a classic.
That's the guy who said don't ascend your word level, it's a trap.
That's funny.
But yeah, Diluc was super desired until like 1 point, even post 1.3. Right?
Until Klee, right? Because Klee power creeps Diluc.
Klee worse than Diluc.
Klee worse than Diluc.
Hu Tao as good as Diluc. If you have Diluc, you do not need these characters. No one is as good as Ganyu, save for the Ganyu rerun.
That was a real. That really got me. The Ganyu one got me because I was like, oh, people are saying that Ganyu and Hu Tao are like the two best DPS in the game. Should I get Hu Tao? Should I save for Ganyu? I say I got Hu Tao, but then like I got Ganyu and I was like, I don't know, this character seems kind of.
That's why you have Ganyu.
I like her.
Yeah,
I like her better now than I did before. But
Ganyu's not terrible. She's just not. Oh my god, save for the Ganyu rerun.
Yeah, exactly.
More primos for the Ganyu rerun.
Exactly.
It's really hard not to make fun of those takes.
Hoyo, yeah. It's funny because Hoyo was able to like capitalize on people's lack of knowledge on how good Ganyu was by just not rerunning Ganyu and then rerunning her during Lantern, right? It
happens to the community every time though. And they do this to themselves. Oh my god, you
Yeah.
gotta pull Raiden C2. Oh my god, you gotta pull New Violette.
Yes.
It's
You
why I
don't
have such a
have it.
hard time taking that stuff seriously, and why I always like rally against it.
I know.
Yes.
Do you think that Kazuha is overrated nowadays, or like underrated, or like what are your thoughts on Kazuha these days?
Kazuha is not nearly as oppressive as it used to be.
Yeah.
There are many Kazuha team options, even for characters who can want Kazuha on their team. You can
Yes.
get by without Kazuha, and you can even be optimal without Kazuha. There's no one competing with him for grouping, but a lot of times you don't need grouping.
Yes, I definitely agree. The only thing I would say is that because novelettes have been so or novelettes because abysses have been so novelette favored.
You don't need
Because this has
grouping.
been so novelette favored, that automatically makes Kazuha less necessary.
Yeah, because enemies they'll line up for you.
Yeah, they're already lined up, so you can get away with novelette for AoE instead of Kazuha, and it feels kind of like a bait. Like, yeah, right now, but what about when they spread out the enemies again?
Oh, when they spread out. They've already sold their Kazuhas. They'll spread out the enemies again for a different character. Let's say for fucking 2.0 Xiangling. I'm sorry, 5.0 Xiangling.
Right. Where she has double the AoE.
Well,
of
no, because
Xiangling.
Tornado hits in a circle around you. They'll spread
I know,
out.
but
They would spread out the
imagine-
enemies for that.
Imagine if it hit in a circle around you in double the AoE.
That'd be cool.
That'd be sick for Ganyu, actually. You could stand a bit further back.
Yeah. Yeah, it is just they'll do whatever they want to. They'll make content for whatever they want to sell.
I just love how one thing I appreciate with Genshin is the elegance in which they scam people out of the characters into getting characters. Like, it's not like enemy weak to cryo, get cryo. You know, it's like they're positioned in this specific way with these special elemental auras that activate random passives. It's like, wow, that is
Some of it is
fancy.
less subtle. Like there's obviously the Tulpa, where if
The
you played Shivers, you got free vapes. Wolflord. There's the mech right now on floor 12, which is play Geo or
have
lose
Geo.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
There is, again, I talked about the Swan Eye. There were the Rift Hounds, just the regular ones. Did you know if you play Geo or Electro against the Geo or Electro Rift Hounds, their resistance drops by 70%?
Yeah, I did. It's nutty.
They also only drop Geo or Electro particles. They don't drop
That I didn't know.
colorless energy. So your
That I didn't
Geo
know.
and Electro characters literally need less ER.
That's funny.
Yep. They move more annoying too. They do move more, and it's really annoying. But you do more damage.
When I tested my Ganyu's first grade magic versus Aqua versus Amos bow, I got the best results from Amos bow.
Paste. Is that just because you have no attack subs?
I guess.
Huh. Or, I guess, did you only look at charge attack?
Yeah, I have no attack subs. That's correct. I have literally 0 attack subs.
That would do it.
Should I have attack subs?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, you should.
My flower is 14/14 crit rate and crit damage. My feather is 37 crit damage and 42 EM. My EM sands is 9.3 crit rate, 14.8 crit damage. My goblet is 14 crit rate, 7 crit damage, and my hat is 14 crit damage, 63 EM, and 10 ER.
You see, what you actually need are your double crit liners with attack percent and EM. That's what you actually need.
Get fucked.
You,
There's no. I do have a 7.424 with 9.9 attack. So I could, but then I lose.
I might have some stuff you'd like. Here you go.
But then I use EM.
Yeah.
So do I need attack more
Here,
than EM?
just get artifacts that look like this. What's the problem? What's the problem, Jello?
I'm waiting for it to load.
Did check your Discord.
Oh,
That's your real problem. You don't have artifacts that look like that. You need crit, attack, and EM.
right. Crit attack and EM, got it.
Yeah. The stats that you can't just build one stat.
Is the new, how much of an have you calced the new set on her, the burning set?
I mean, it's 50 damage percent. It's the same as an 18 attack. It's the same as Shimenawa's for your charge attack. But it's the same as Shimenawa's for your charge attack, but it buffs your burst and your E-skill. Specifically your burst, though.
And you don't lose the damage, they lose the ER
Yes.
for the burst.
You don't lose the energy either.
So, how much of an upgrade over water? Is it only for burning, or is it for...
It's only for burning.
Okay, so then I can't use the... I don't know about that, then.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would farm... that kind of... I mean, I guess I have to farm it anyways.
You do have to farm it
Arlecchino.
anyways. Arlecchino.
That kind of sucks. Arlecchino kind of bricks your account, eh?
I mean, it's no different than it's no different than Wanderer. A lot of people loved farming the Wanderer set. Actually, that's not fair. Wanderer has a smaller difference between his set options. He also has more set options.
Wanderers with flowers?
Wanderers with flop. Yeah.
So, I mean, at least flowers is best in slot for a pretty popular team.
Yeah, it is. If you play Hyper Bloom or Nila Bloom, you do want flop.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty... I don't know.
Okay, there's the Navia set. Nighttime Whispers in the Echoing Woods, the set name, but is also a full sentence.
Yeah.
And
That one's
Song of
funny.
Days Past.
Yeah, that one sucks. That one that one sucks.
There's also Nymph Dream and For Kasha Glow.
Yep. And there's Vermilion.
Yep, Vermilion Hereafter and Echoes.
Jello farms too much characters, he can't farm so good artifacts. Yeah, that's right. It is a curse, to be honest.
Vorukosh is especially sad. They made the set for Dia.
That one's so sad.
And Dia
bro.
has a better set now. It was arguably, like, technically better, barely better than Emblem before.
Yeah,
but
and at
it's
C1
just
it's
worse
like
than
actually
Mare.
worth it, right?
It's just worse than Mare.
Wow, that's so sad, bro.
You just run any Arsens on Mishise Hunter.
That's so sad, bro. I'm kind of happy because I don't have to farm it, but I'm sad for the people who farmed it.
Any set can be a brick set? Yes, any set can be a brick set. I was actually talking the other day about Golden Troop is honestly not a very good set in terms of resin efficiency. It's useful on 4 characters at most.
Okay, but you get it from bosses, so not like you farm it.
Golden Troop. The skill set.
Oh, Golden Troop. Oh, Golden Troop. Sorry.
Wanderer's Troop is very good because it's 2 PCM.
Golden Troop is best in slot for Furina and Fischl, and everyone should be building Furina or Fischl, or both. So I don't know.
It's not really fair. Saying everyone should build those characters is not really fair.
I guess.
It's useful on Fischl, Furina, EI, and Chiori.
Okay, but let's be real though. If you're farming Morishise Hunter, then you want to build Furina. Like that's sort of like
that is sort of the thing.
I don't know. That's kind of it's kind of such a based artifact set because if you want one set, you always and necessarily want the other.
You
so I don't know.
Want the other one, yes, because of Furina, and yeah.
So I think that it might. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty great combo. The first set of they really like this first set of the region being just insanely based, eh?
Gilded fell off pretty quick.
Which one?
Gilded Dreams, the set that's with Deepwood.
Because it's Alhaitham. It's like
It's Alhaitham, but the difference between 2-piece and that set is 15 attack percent, and 20 EM. That is this 4-piece set bonus. Versus 2-piece, 2-piece.
That's the difference between 2-piece and 4-piece?
Yep, that is literally the stat difference. It is 20 EM and 15 attack percent. It's not a ton, or it's like 2 crit subs.
I mean, 15 attack is almost a 2-piece, and like so with the EM, that's like
it is almost a 2-piece. The problem is it's Alhaitham.
The total is more than a 2-piece. That seems pretty good.
The problem is it's Alhaitham, who doesn't use attack to the same extent as other characters.
Sure.
It's worth less than an EM roll for him.
Yeah. I guess the one good thing about the saving grace, I guess, for Gilded is the 4-piece for Hyper Bloom.
Now, Gilded 4-piece is very good on Yoimiya for Vape. If you wanted to use Yoimiya's burst. Which might be useful for 2024 Yoimiya.
Do you mean Arlecchino?
I mean 2024 Yoimiya. Yeah, sorry, Pyro Resonance, attack percent is actually very useful for attack scaling characters. TLDR in Vape, it's as good as Glad. So it is a set you can use day one if you really wanted to play her day one.
I'll have to use her day one for the guide. That's what sucks, is that I'll have to either farm her artifact set, and I'll either have to spend time farming her artifact set and not testing her, or I'll have to test her without her artifact set. It's gonna be rough.
I mean, you get to publish your test footage now.
Sorry?
The media server changes, right? Isn't there a media server change? Where you get to publish your videos a week in advance now?
I don't know anything about that for Genshin.
Okay. The rumor is it's for Genshin and Star Rail.
I know, but I probably won't get access to it.
Oh, sad.
So, I don't know. It'd be nice if I did, because for Chiori, I literally got 12 hours with her before I had to publish my video.
12 hours?
Yeah.
How did...
Yeah.
Were you busy?
I did nothing all day except for play Genshin.
I think 12. Isn't it usually 1 week?
No, it's usually 48 hours.
Oh.
So I might have got, maybe it was 24. It was 24. But like I gave myself 12 hours because I needed time to actually make the video.
Oh. Do they
so
give you?
I had 12 straight hours of testing.
Do they give you resin to do sets?
Yeah, you have unlimited resin.
Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's...
You have unlimited resin, unlimited Mora, unlimited XP books, and unlimited artifact XP.
And you can ask for constellations.
I only get C0.
I believe you can ask, is how it works.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
But I've never asked, but I never, yeah, so.
I don't know. Unlimited resin. That is interesting.
Yeah. But you don't get to keep anything that you farmed, right? So
yeah,
if I farm for if I farm for Arlecchino set and get a good set, I don't get to keep it.
No, you don't have to keep it. I guess that isn't it. How do you allocate your time over those 48 hours?
Yeah, exactly.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I guess I'd ask the question, how good are your glads and your gildeds?
How good am I what?
Glads and your gildeds. If they're not any good, you're gonna have to fund the set.
They're fine.
You're gonna have to fund the set. You're gonna have to.
Yeah. They're good, but not insane.
Yeah. The difference is 10% over the 4-piece sets and 18% over 2-piece, 2-piece.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably farm the set. I have pretty good artifact luck, so I'll just get it.
Try.
It's fine. I got like a pretty darn good Navia set in like less than a week.
I got one Navia artifact that I do not use because I don't even have the set because I don't have
That's
the
crazy. My Navia is I'll send you a screenshot.
Navia flex. What's your
Not
UI?
like that good of a
What's your
flex, but like
you can just send
if
your
you-
UID. I can open an Enka
Oh sure.
if she's geared and on your profile.
I think she should be. Yeah.
Is Navia your favorite Fontaine character?
Yes. She is my second favorite DPS behind. Well, okay. Design or overall, including like gameplay.
I'll just
or
say.
just gameplay.
I'll just say everything.
Weigh everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just sent my UID to the whole chat. That's okay.
Oh. Sent it to chat. Where? Where?
YouTube chat. I'll send it to your Discord.
Did I miss it? You didn't send it in YouTube chat, did I?
Weird.
Okay. This is what, a 1.2 UID? Oh, there's your Navia. Wow. 126 ER, okay. You just need a better goblet. You just need a... Do you have an onset sands? I'll ask. Oh. He left. Drops UID, leaves. Drops UID. I probably have top chat on, not live chat. I believe I have live chat on. Oh no, I have
Hi.
top chat. There. Okay. Hello.
Hi. I said don't look at my Radin because she's on the wrong goblet.
Wait. Your Navia's not 10-10-10?
Nope.
Do you not crown characters? You do
I'm
sometimes.
working on it. I haven't crowned anyone since I decided to build and test every character, except for Eula, because I wanted to talk about how bad she was.
Congrats on your
I'm
C6.
working on Navia, though.
Congrats on your C6 Mika.
Thank you.
Did that change your opinion at all?
I haven't tested it yet. I got so sick of I got so goddamn sick of what's it called? Serpent Spine.
You can use Beacon or Pines or Wolf's Gravestone. Eula's got a lot of weapon options.
Yeah. I could have used Wolf's Gravestone, but my crit rate is not there. So I wished for Beacon, and I'm leveling it up right now. Yeah, it meant for
you see this artifact on your flower on your Navia. This is what you want. It's got crit and it's got crit and attack.
Damn good, eh?
It's not just crit. Yeah.
Yeah, the flower is damn good. The feather kind of blows.
The
The
feather.
sands?
Do you have an onset sands?
No,
Okay. So you're just waiting for an onset sands or a better goblet?
eventually when I go back, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you do have two goblets.
Because the nice thing about the sands is the ER makes it really comfy.
Was your husk set better than Golden Troop for your Chiori?
Yes, my husk set is a little bit better
Nice.
because I see a bigger burst number.
See a bigger burst. Crit rate Doko? It's okay. It's a Harbinger of Dawn build.
Oh, what's wrong with the crit rate?
You have less than 60 crit rate on your Chiori. You have...
It's because I stole I stole something.
Probably a circlet. I had to guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're building
It's
Edo.
because I usually do a onset defense goblet right now, and then a really good crit rate.
Yeah.
A really good crit rate circlet.
You
So then
have-
it's 87.
This is a busy
221.
patch for you. This is.
Dude, I've been stretched so thin. As soon as I heard about the Chronicled Wish, I started max refreshing like a madman to try and get ready for all of this.
Oh my god. Jello seems like the type of person to benefit from Optimizer. They would.
That would what? That would prefer that would use optimizer.
Do you know how to use Optimizer?
I know how, but I don't do it because I hate it.
Would you like help?
But like help optimizing my characters.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, send me your login info. I'll make a JSON real quick and we can walk through it.
Sorry.
I'll make a JSON. JSON is the file with all your artifacts. Don't forget to change your password, yeah. This is something I do for viewers.
So what do you do exactly? You're gonna
I log into the account, we run a inventory scanner,
yeah.
we get all the artifacts, we put them into Optimizer. And then we can look at some of the builds, or I can just send that to you. And if you know how to use Optimizer, that's fine, or I can walk you through it.
I have like a rule that I don't give out my account to anybody because I'm
Here,
definitely
let me
afraid.
do this for you then. Here. Download this and run this and just send the JSON. The way you run this is you put your game in windowed mode.
I always have it in windowed mode.
Okay.
So that it doesn't minimize when I'm using two screens.
You press escape, and then you run the scanner.
So I download the zip file.
You download the zip file. There should be an exe in there.
And then we can extract it.
Oh, there's a new update. Wonderful. Whatever.
And then there's
Sorry.
and then
there's a new version. Well, it'll update.
and then when I extract it,
should be an exe in there.
you're talking to a Mac user. What's an exe?
Oh. Oh, I
For
don't know.
inventory camera.exe.config.
Oh, you can't run an exe.
I'm not on. Sorry. I'm not on a Mac. I'm a Mac user, but I'm on a PC.
There should be a .exe an application file. It'll look like here. It'll be here. That should be in the folder. You open that, it'll pull up a
the
menu.
inventory. Oh, application.
Yep. An application. It'll pull up a white box. It'll
Prevented unrecognized app.
Yeah, you just let it run. It'll look like this.
There's no option to let it run.
Press more info.
Run anyway. Thank you. Download the update. Yes.
Just say no for now. This version works fine.
Okay.
Okay, and then you make sure your Genshin is up, like windowed. You press escape on your Genshin, so you're paused. And then you press make sure you have anything toggled that you wanted to scan. So which is on the left. Weapons, artifacts, characters, minimum stuff up at the top. You can also put in your wanderer name. And then you press scan.
Scan Genshin. Okay.
And then it'll go through and grab everything like this.
Unable to load artifact count.
Do you have an artifact filter on?
Maybe I'll make it a smaller window.
Make sure your artifacts don't have a filter on. Does it matter what resolution?
Right.
I think you want standard widescreen aspect ratio. So like 1060 by 900. Or I'm sorry, 1600 by 900. 16 by 9, yeah, 16 by 9 aspect ratio. Keep Genshin on the escape menu as you start. Yep. Make sure the Genshin window isn't being covered. Yes. I also need to make sure Genshin's window isn't being covered.
Alright, let's try this.
Sorry, not ultra wide, widescreen.
Would you like to upload the database to Genshin Optimizer? Yes.
Yep.
Find and copy to your clipboard.
You can go to Genshin Optimizer, settings, upload, and then paste into the dialog window. And then from there you can, I guess, download the file so I can go along with you and send that over to me. It should be a .json.
Sorry, what do I...
So Genshin Optimizer, there's the settings in the top right.
Yeah.
There's an upload. And there's a like copy paste here.
Do I have to disable like Windows or something?
Control V. The open export folder works as well. Yes, you could also press open export folder on the inventory camera menu. That's what.
When I click settings, nothing happens.
Settings for Genshin Optimizer.
Yeah.
You don't see this.
No.
Are you sharing your screen? No. Yes, you are. No. Press upload. Upload.
Load.
Do
Where
you
is it?
see?
Okay.
There's 4 of them.
Like just one of them? Any one of these? Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Paste. It didn't scan everything. It didn't scan anything at all. It didn't scan.
Oh, how fun. So we try again.
Yeah, try again. Go to inventory, camera. You could also press open export folder, but if it didn't read your artifact count, I don't think it scanned any artifacts.
Yeah, it didn't. It still didn't work.
Yeah. Is your Genshin in the correct aspect ratio?
I did the one that you said, 1600 by 900.
Yeah. I wish I could see.
I can share that.
Yeah. Right now it's just sharing your Chrome.
Yeah. There's change windows.
You can set it to do the whole screen.
Genshin keeps dragging away my mouse.
Oh. Does inventory camera know how to deal with filter system they added? I think it does now. Okay, there we go. Press no. Okay. So right now, press no. Press no. Okay, open the white box for the scanner. Okay. Maybe
Oh, I know what it's
uncheck
called
character
for.
development items and materials. You probably don't want those.
Okay.
Okay, go back to Genshin real quick. Press X. Escape, and then just run the scanner. No, press escape and run the scanner. The scan Genshin down there.
Oh.
We're cool. It's working.
It's actually doing a thing now.
Yeah, yeah. You need to start the game on the escaped window.
Interesting.
Yep. Hacker mans.
He's hacking.
Oh, you didn't set a minimum level for the weapons. Whatever. It'll get it. It's almost on the 4-star weapons.
I don't
Right.
have that many weapons.
Yeah. And then it'll get
Wow, this
artifacts.
is interesting.
Yep.
This is fascinating.
It's also going to grab all your characters and their constellations,
Yeah.
which are C0 right now, so I'll just grab all your characters.
My 4 stars are C6. Yeah.
Yep.
This is cool.
Yeah. So this is going to scan all your stuff and turn it into a file that you can put up against Genshin Optimizer.
I'm interested to see, because the ones that you looked at aren't like my fully optimized characters, because I switch around stuff so much. So I'm interested to see what the final tallies are compared to like what I would put on those characters.
Yep.
Like how off I am.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll look at your weapon options for Ganyu.
Yeah, that'll be super interesting.
Oh, is it confused? Ding donk. It's confused.
Thinking.
Yeah, I didn't recognize the talents correctly.
Maybe because of the new required upgrade thing. I don't know.
No, I think it's just confused.
Do you think it's dead?
It's fine. Let it chill for a second. It'll
Like
move
what?
on.
All right, we'll let it cook.
We'll let it cook. If you need to cancel it, press enter and press enter. Press open Genshin Optimizer. If you just want to interrupt it.
Sorry, what do I do?
If you need to interrupt it, just press enter. Then open
Right.
Genshin Optimizer on the bottom left of the white window. Press OK. And then go to the Genshin Optimizer options menu, upload. Control V. Update database. There you go. If you want to download that and send me the file, I can go through it alongside you.
Okay.
Cool. So let me get rid of this Discord
How
window.
fun is this?
Genshin Optimizer. Already have it open. Oop, upload. Thank you. Okay. So this is a bunch of characters. As you can see.
It loves attack percent. You must never forsake the church of attack percent.
Oh. So as you can see, there's a bunch of characters here now. We can go Ganyu. We need to, because we didn't let us get all the characters, we're just going to quickly... you're 10, 6, 8 on Ganyu. No, it wasn't 9, doesn't matter.
Do you mind sharing your Discord screen so I can
Yes.
be a bit less behind?
Yes, let me do that. Screen 2, okay. Here's Ganyu.
Yeah.
I set the level to 90. And
Yeah.
then I'm changing the talents. We're gonna... They just changed this UI. I'm not a fan of it, but whatever.
Yeah.
What Ganyu team do you play?
I don't know. Whatever. I play the. I don't know. What I would really, if it's possible to actually play the Kazuo one with Shenhe, I would like to learn that. But if that's too impractical, then I don't know.
It's...
I would like to get better at Ganyu.
We'll look at generic Ganyu melt first.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we should do Nihito. We'll
Yeah, it's
we'll
tough.
just put Nihito for now anyway.
Is this the go-to for Ganyu?
Sure. Bennett needs town levels. Ton C6. Turn on constellations real quick. Okay. Cool.
That's too bad I didn't get those, but oh well.
Yeah, oh well. 99 did as well. Edit. Cool. I'm going to assume your Nahida is 996 or something.
It's not, but whatever.
Whatever. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Ganyu, okay. We can press optimize now.
Yeah.
Things we need to do: use artifact, use teammates, all artifacts. Those 2 toggles are really important. Also, I need to go into here and turn on Bennett's burst. Okay, now Bennett's burst is set up. We're gonna limit your main stats to cryo, attack percent, EM attack, crits, EM and attack just because. Something I'm also going to do, because this is Ganyu, is I'm actually going to disable a bunch of the sets. We want 2-piece Blizzard, we want 2-piece and 4-piece Wanderers, we want anything that's 2-piece attack, 2-piece charge attack, so Shiminawa's Mishazai Hunter, Gilded Dreams, Nighttime Whispers in the Echoing Woods is 2-piece attack.
So is Glad.
Yeah, so is Glad, and Vermilion and Echoes, which I don't think you farmed.
I don't have any echoes.
Yep. That doesn't matter. So optimization target, if we just want to look at one thing, we can look at Frostflake Arrow Bloom Melt. There's a melt toggle over here.
Sure.
Let me also activate Ganyu's Undivided Heart. Thank you. In the talents menu. So we'll get a build. So your Philosophic Arrows on your first grade magic crit for 74k. With Nahida, without Nahida's burst up. If you want to put up Nahida's burst, settings, Nahida's burst, character inside Nahida's field. Okay. So that would be 82k.
Okay.
Are you following?
And this is the set that I had.
Yes, this is the set that you have on currently.
Oh, I do. It did switch the feather. It just did switch the feather to the attack percent one that I was just considering switching to, as opposed to the EM one.
Yep. That was 82k with first grade magic. Yeah.
But basically, I had it right, actually.
Yeah, you had it right.
Wait, is it on attack sans or EM sans?
It is EM sense.
EM sans. There you go.
If
Yeah.
we
So this is.
we can switch this to Amos. Your Amos is probably R1. 0.3 seconds is the default for
Actually,
Ganyu.
it's R2 now, but I did do the first test at R1.
Okay. R2.
I decided to R2 it because
Doesn't really matter, yeah. You would be
83.
critting 83.
it's
Yep,
the same.
it's like the same.
But I could use either, right?
Yeah. This changes your feather to the 37 crit damage one, though.
Ah, very funny.
Which is why yep. The on crit damage is 87k. Because he does less crit rate.
Right.
Yep. So it would make sense why you'd say higher numbers. And then Aqua Sim. Do you have Aqua Sim?
Yeah.
One's nearby. Average 82. On crit is also 82.
Okay. So pretty much all the same.
Yep, pretty much all the same. And that
I'll just
you want to
use
use
first grade magic because it looks the best with her new skin.
no, you want to use the attack percent feather. TLDR. This is a good artifact. This is a good.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Good to know that I was pretty much on though. I was using the right set though.
Yep. Here, I'll just
I
do
would like
Hutao
it. Yeah, Hutao
because
does sound interesting to me.
it's an easy.
I'm very
example
curious.
for
Is it
multi-target stuff.
Marie-José? Is it
We're gonna add a
is
team.
it
I'm gonna.
Shiminawa? Is it Crimson? Is it two piece? Is it
Is
Gilded?
it Furina Yelon? Do you do Shanyan or what do you play with Furina Yelon?
I like Shenyan the most, yeah.
Okay.
Bennett's fine too, but
Shanyan, I need to quickly add stuff for these characters. 1 second. Shanyan.
Shenyan lets me. Well, actually, it doesn't really let me. Yeah, it lets me use Navi with Bennett.
Yeah, it does. Furina. What talent levels are your Furina?
9/9.
Okay. And yellow's talent levels don't matter, but we'll just do it anyway. It is a good
Keyword.
habit to give every character at least 1 crown.
I would
let you
definitely like to, but building every character as priority over the crown.
Alright, the reason I mentioned Utao is because it's a good example of for this thing called the multi-target config.
Mm.
So we're gonna quickly create one. We're gonna do 6 N1C JP with Shunyan. To do that, we're gonna go into our talents and turn on our thing first.
Do you low plunge or high plunge with this?
You low plunge with this.
Yeah.
You get 5 if you do high plunges.
Yeah.
So we need to add the N1 twice. We need to add the charge attack once. We need to add Blood Blossom. And we need to add the plunge. Low plunge. And if you want to count collisions, you would add plunge damage.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to turn on Vaporize for one of the N1s, the charge attack, the Blood Blossoms, and the plunge.
So the combo is you N1 first, then do your charge
N1C jump cancel. Yep. Or N1C jump plunge. Blood Blossom twice. We're gonna do 3 and 3 because I see
hold
stuff.
on. How about when you say N1C?
So
Because there's a normal attack that automatically comes out when you
Yes.
charge attack.
I'm saying it'll look like this. Let me show you.
Okay. Because essentially you're just charge attacking, like
Yeah. You're just
gameplay wise.
charge attack jump. Click the mouse once. If you actually spam the mouse, it comes out slower. Don't do that.
Yeah.
We'll say 2 stacks on her crit passive. 9 seconds on Yelan. Furina, we're gonna set to 200. Actually, no, we're gonna set Furina to 250. And we're good. We can press optimize. Sets all. Use teammates. Set artifact conditionals. Turn on that. Turn on Mare. Full stacked. Turn on Shiminawa's. Consumed energy. And those should be the 3 sets we'll need. We'll also turn on 2 PCM. 2 piece HP just because.
Mhm.
Optimization target. It's going to take a much significantly longer time if you leave 3 and 5 piece on, but if you don't have a set for that character, it's definitely worth looking at. Pyro, EM, HP, crit. Okay, thank you. 1 build. Nah, it doesn't matter 5 builds. There you go. This would be your optimal hotel set.
That's the
currently.
one.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Flower.
Oh, interesting. It uses that. It uses the different. It uses a different. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah.
The one. I'd be concerned if it didn't use this.
No, I was thinking about the goblet. I have like I have a goblet with a lot of crit rate, but it makes sense that we wouldn't use that.
Yeah, when
if
using
we're
on
using
there.
we're using the crit rate hat. So
Current circlet. If you didn't want to use Mary, you can use Witch for plunging.
I can use what?
You can use Witch for plunging. You have a very good Witch set.
That's pretty funny. I know my Crimson Witch set is kind of dirty.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
I don't know.
Oh. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that'll come up if I turn off Shunyun's bonus crit rate.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, it would.
Okay, interesting. Because it has HP too, so.
Yeah, it does have HP too. Yeah, it does.
Is
Have
it using the HP or the EM sands? Yeah, that's what I did too.
Yeah. If you're playing Shunyun, you always use an EM Sands. Because the HP Sands doesn't benefit the Shunyun portion of the plunge.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
106 crit rate? Yes, 106 crit rate.
Sometimes it's optimal, boys.
Oh, that's a good EM Sands too. Okay.
Yeah,
that's your offset.
It's nuts. Yeah. That's what makes my official top 1% official.
Here's a...
You should do my Raiden just because I care so much about that, even though it's like gonna be pretty obvious.
I could do
Maybe
one
I
that
guess-
accounts for like Sara buff falling off, but most people
Sure.
don't.
Sure. I think probably the circlet that has a bit less crit damage and has attack is probably optimal, even though. Yeah,
There's just
probably
all stuff is max.
almost
Okay.
definitely, to be honest.
Right in. Also, we're gonna add characters. Chevres,
Yeah, I think Chevres is. I use way more than
Sara,
Hyper these days,
Shiling.
unless you need the grouping.
Yeah, let me add Chevres' stuff.
Yeah, Kujusara is on Hunter's Path. It's funny.
Chev. Level, what level is your Chevres?
She's 80, but she will be 90. I'm gonna build her properly, but
Okay.
currently she's just 80. Yeah.
She's C6. Turn that on. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Back to right in.
Sorry, definitely
After
needs
firing overcharge ball, 3 stacks. After triggering overload, okay. So burst. Burst cost 90. 10 gear storm call, and then we can have the C6. Okay.
We'll need a different weapon on Sara.
It's fine. It won't matter right now. We'll quickly do that. You have a harp?
No, I use first grade magic or
Okay.
Amos or whatever.
Use a 610 weapon. TLDR.
First grade magic is so sexy on her, so
Yeah, it does match your color scheme. All.
first grade magic is just a great looking bow as well.
Position target. Musono Hidotachi. Since it's Raiden, we can exclude every set besides Emblem.
Yep. Top middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Attack percent
What?
goblet.
What?
It's a Bennetless team. It makes sense.
My attack percent goblet with that circlet. Fascinating. That is not what I expected.
That is not what you expected?
No. It
Uh,
doesn't use my 40 something CV goblet.
Let me turn off. Let me see what the
That's
difference is.
awesome.
Your Musono Hidotachi crits for 120k. With the attack goblet, not crits, averaged is crits for 150k.
Sure.
150 and 26. But if we turn off the attack goblet, that would be your electro goblet, and it's critting
Yeah.
for 138.
Significantly less.
Yeah.
Crazy. Sick. I mean, I'm fine with that because that means I can use that electro goblet on someone else.
Yeah, you could use it on Yai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so good on Yai for the 2-piece.
Do I have engulfing enabled? Yes.
Could you check? Yeah, I use engulfing on her. Could you check with Yai instead of Sara? Because sometimes I use that for like.
It's gonna be even further in favor of the attack goblet.
Really?
Yeah, you have no attack buffs.
That makes sense. I'll be right there, Faithy. Thank you.
And Chevres gives you 60 damage percent.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I knew that.
So
but
average
yeah.
73k, average 79k. Yeah, the attack output's significantly better.
Wow.
This is also just a really good circlet for Raiden.
Right.
It's got
Yeah.
essentially 2 attack percent rolls, 2 energy recharge rolls, and 4 crit damage rolls.
Right.
You think the optimizer assumes Sara gets full buff from Chevres C6? What? Why would Sara getting a buff change anything here? It is assuming full buff from Chevres C6, yes. And it is currently assuming full buff from Sara, but that falling off would also only favor attack percent goblet. Does Raiden have resolve points? That I forgot. I also forgot to activate the IO
Ooh.
judgment. Ooh. Resolve stacks, miscegenation, that also isn't damage percent, so that's fine.
That does make
So actually,
my crit
you're
ratio even better. Yeah, that makes sense.
know, 70, 160.
I wonder if I'm higher than top 4% on
There we go.
Akasha now.
There we go. So with Yai, you crit for 167 with the attack
I was
goblet.
gonna say that damage seems a little bit.
I forgot to factor
low.
her. Forgot to factor her doodad. Also, I need to. Akasha
I
assumes
was
Bennett.
like, damn, in my head, I was like, damn, those abyss buffs really
No, I was
matter.
wrong. Also,
All good.
I need to factor resolve. Is it 50 or 40? I think it's 40. Or I think it's 50. Let's say 50. Oop. Especially with the eye. Quickly change this out. Change this back to Sarah real quick. Let me double check. Sarah, oopsies. Okay. So with Sarah, your ult should be critting for over 200k. 240k.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
more like it.
that's
I was
about right.
like,
yeah, that's my bad. C1 would bump it
All
up to
good.
60. Yeah, C1 would bump it up to 60.
nice. I can activate it right now.
I don't know if Merchant Hunter or Witch is better on Hu Tao. You feel like you're doing more damage on Witch, even though you have really good Merchant Hunter. How much crit rate is on your Witch set?
Yeah. That's super helpful. Thank you. That's super.
Yep.
This is the best thing to have with me all day.
Another character you might actually want to look at is Nuviolette, because it can be hard to balance crit with HP.
Man, my Novalet stats kind of wild. You got some good pieces on there.
Add team. Okay, Furina. Kazuha. I need to turn up Kazuha real quick. Zhongle. Let me quickly Kazuha. Edit. Thank you. Okay, cool. Hydro, enemies near Jade Shield, yep. Talents. Equitable Judgment, yeah, Past Draconic Glory is 2 stack. Set this to...
Draconic Judgment.
Okay. Hydro, HP, crits, HP. Equitable Judgment, all. That, turn on this.
I think it'd be so cool if Novalet had a bit, if it like showed his dragon form briefly when he ulted or something like that. Like,
His eyes glow.
it's just not enough.
Okay, so technically you'd want the sands that you currently have on Furina.
Okay, really over the, I guess because I have too much crit rate.
You have too much crit rate. No, what you currently run is 103 crit rate.
Right. I guess
otherwise
Furina-
it's right. Also, nice goblet.
Yeah.
Frick you. I'm waiting for one of these to drop. I'm looking for one of these.
I was shocked. I already had like an okay goblet and I was happy with it, but like this happened, I was like, wow.
Bruh. Yeah, it's a good
My
new
Novalet kind of juiced.
That's a good new Villette.
Sorry?
That's a good new Villette.
Yeah.
I didn't turn on the 5-star weapon. Good job, me.
I saw on Kaching mains that Chiori C1 was a 60% increase over C0 for Navia teams. Is that true?
I have it at 45.
Okay.
But it's very possible.
Sure.
That being said, she does like half of Navia's damage even with C1. So it's not as much of an overall increase.
The new build put my Ryan at only at top 5%, but I'm guessing it's because it's putting her on national instead of Chevreuse. They don't have Chevreuse yet.
They don't have Chevreuse. They do Bennett only for riding boards on Akasha. You could ask Mimi. Maybe Mimi's watching right now. Ding dong, Mimi. So it would favor the Electro Goblet because they use Beta plus Sara,
Yeah.
and you just have a bunch of attack.
But what I really care about is Chevreuse, so
Yeah, Shivers is a good character.
so good.
I'm glad we're actually getting like Furina alternatives that do similar damage, or
Say that again?
non-Furina teams that can do similar damage.
I know.
It
That's
is
so good.
It's very long overdue. Well, maybe not overdue, but it's due.
It like the Fontaine supports are so good.
Yeah.
I think Chevreuse is why Chiori is sad because of how much support Chevreuse has, you know? Chevreuse gives.
Also, if you want, I'll send you this just because I added the multi-target stuff. I don't
You had
know.
what?
I added multi-target and some team setups. If you need all that for reference, here.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Are there any good melt teams for Yoimiya? Yeah, you're planning to use C6 Layla, Kaio, Yunjin. Incredibly based. Just because you're melting doesn't mean you're necessarily doing more damage than a vape, or even unreacted damage. Keep in mind, you do need buffs, and buffs change your damage in significant ways.
What is so you were saying something about Yoimiya having potential other artifact sets?
I was talking about Arlecano.
I know, but you were not at all talking. You weren't even a little bit talking about Yoimiya.
If you want to
Can
look
you-
at,
Is there a way for you to test which? Okay, is Rust? Here's my real question: is how do I make your Yoimiya's top 1%? Holy,
yeah,
with Gilded?
yes, yeah, yeah,
Could you optimize my Yoimiya?
yeah. I can optimize your Yoimiya. I have top 1% on every character.
Yeah.
I have top 1 Riesling. I have top 1.
So what? What? That's
Top
crazy,
1 Winsith
bro.
Riesling. On
Bro.
literally every Winsith Riesling board. Oh wow, we're number 2 now. Wow. On the 0 we are, we're number 2 again. Wow, that's incredible. I'm just looking for Nuvulette pieces and I don't get them.
But you're still top 1%. That's insanity.
Yeah.
What do you mean every character? Like you mean like
Everyone
all the
until
characters you play?
everyone until Ito, because
That's
they don't have a
nutty.
Mershase board. Other
That's
than that,
so
it's
nutty,
Eula
bro.
and Navia.
That's so nutty, bro.
Yeah, and I'm barely top 1% on Raiden.
Eventually, I'll be top 1% on Raiden, but
It's one of the most competitive boards because she also only has like 3 stats.
yeah,
Technically, she has 4, but attack percent is depreciated because of the boards that they use.
yeah, yeah. It's not fair.
Not entirely fair, no.
It's not fair. Hardly fair.
Hardly fair. Anyway, Yoimiya real quick.
Yeah, no, that's the last one.
There's Yoimiya, Kazuha Bennett. Quickly,
Yeah, yeah, I think that's her. That's her best peak team, right?
Yeah. Either that or it's Chevers. You could actually do Chevers, Fischl, Bennett.
There was Special Bennett.
Chevers, Fischl, Bennett's very good.
Makes
Yoimiya. Team. Yelan. Kazuha. We're just not going to account for Kazuha buff falling off. It will, but we're not going to worry about it right now.
All right.
Just for the sake of simplicity. We're also going to go into here and write a quick multi-target. Yoimiya Vape. 3 N5 plus 1 N1. So we're going to add... We're going to make sure her E-skill is active first. Thank you. I'm also just going to Tricks Troublemaker, 10 stuff, whatever. It's just 20 damage done. Whew. N1, N2, N3, N4, and N5. Her N1 is double hit. We're doing it 4 times, so that's 8. Vape. No, we need to put the other one twice. Shoot. We're also gonna add in one again. So 4, 4, 8. We can have we can have 6 and 4s, and 2 we have 3, and 3 we have 3, and 5 we have 3. Vape, vape, vape. Okay.
This will take me a literal year.
Make sure Rust is active. It's not. Shimano is active though. Okay.
Is Rust better than the 5-star options?
Do you have T-Pulse?
No.
Then no. Yes.
The Kaching Main's website says that Rust is competitive with other 5-star options.
Yes, it is. At R5, it can be literally better.
No, that's what I mean. Like, my understanding was that it is just better.
It is just better than most 5-star weapons, yes.
So it's just kind of weird how it kind of ranks the 5-star weapons higher and then says Rust is competitive.
There might be considering a low refines thing. Because Rust does refine very well.
Right. And and probably if they're considering less crit value as well. I don't know.
They don't. I wrote the KQM standard, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. I literally wrote the document. It's 220 CV.
Oh, that's pretty high.
Yeah. Apparently, this is your best UAME set.
Wow. All my characters use this circlet.
Same one circlet.
Yeah.
Apparently, this is your best UAME set, actually. Rainbow?
Is...
Yes. Rainbow.
2-piece. Wait, what is that? Wait, it's not even a 2-piece?
It's just 2-piece. It's just 2. It's not 2-piece, 2-piece. It is 2-piece. It is 2.
That's messed up, bro. That's messed up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to farm this out for Arlecchino. Yeah, you're gonna have
With 98, 158 as the crit ratio.
Yeah, it's a lot
that
of
is
crit.
something I never would have expected to see.
It's a lot of crit. If you play, you could always play Furina Yelan, and that would change things a little bit.
Sure. It's easier.
It is.
For Nailon Bennett, yeah, it's easier.
Yeah, for Yelan Bennett, it's easier.
It's a lot easier, to be honest.
If you wanted to use your 5-star weapons on Yoimiya, you could use your like Sim.
I don't care about using. I don't care about using a 5-star weapon over. Oh, but it would be better because
The
it's
question
Furina.
is if we can look. I'm not even saying it could be better because Furina. We can just look, just for reference.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Yeah. It looks like it's about the same as your Rust. Yeah, it's about the same as your Rust.
Wait, it doesn't recommend a 4-piece Smart say for Furina?
Oh, I didn't turn it on. I didn't add Furina. This is still
Oh,
Kazuha Bennett.
okay. Got it. So you're saying for Kazuha, I can use either...
Yeah.
Oh, but I can use either Pulse or... No, sorry, not Pulse. I can use either...
Furina, Fanfare,
Aqua.
200.
Is Pulse like a big up? How much upgrade is Pulse for Yoimiya?
T-Pulse is a little bit complicated because there's an energy conditional.
Yeah.
Because it has... Sometimes your verse can just be full and it can like tank its damage. It's a multi-target. The vape is considered. Pulse is a big upgrade if you have full uptime on all 3 of its passive conditionals.
Mm-hmm.
But if your burst just happens to fill up, the damage tanks to be nearly as good as Rust.
I think I'm gonna get her Pulse.
I'm sure it'll be on a weapon banner you want to pull on. I'm sure. But yeah, here's your Mercy Hunter set. Wow. Look at this set. Wow. What a set. This life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. This is
Yeah,
with,
my Marishite pieces are good.
Yeah, this is with Amos. Not Amos. This is with Aquasim.
I was gonna say Amos.
Aquasim, that was what, 840? Rust. We can go through real quick. I think we can just look. It should be the same set. 830. Yeah, it's like the same. Same one circlet.
Slightly higher.
We can rerun it, but yeah. This might balance the crit a little differently. Yep.
Oh, so they're the same. They're
Different
literally
circlet.
Interesting.
Same one circlet. Same. I wish I had one. Life. Good stuff, man.
I'd probably run it with this because this is not using the Raiden circlet.
It's using your Stringling circlet. It's just very different. Very.
That's okay. That's okay.
Oh, that's
Shangling
okay. Oh, that's. Optimizer might also be useful for looking at your Shangling gearing, because Shangling also has a ton of stats. It can be a little confusing.
Yeah, I gotta go eat lunch.
Yeah. Take care. Thank you for dropping in. This was fun.
This was really fun. I mean, it would be good. Can you check for the best Shangling build that takes into account that my Raiden is using those pieces?
Yeah, we can do
You know
that,
what I mean?
actually. That we can do. Do you commonly use Fav on your Shangling?
Only when I'm playing with Navia sometimes,
Okay,
and even then. Oh no, I just did it for Ganyu. Even Navia I use
what weapon do you use then?
I use catch. You use the catch.
Okay.
Unless you think something else would be better out of.
Nope, that works. I don't know what Shangling. Jay, we're looking at Vape.
I generally go ER Sans, even though it's like technically you could get away with just ER subs, but
Are we looking at Vape or what?
no, she's never played in Vape.
Okay.
It's pretty much either in Navia or Raiden Chevers.
Okay. We'll do that first then.
Probably a bit more common with
No, it's not gonna matter. I forgot to turn on time levels. Thank you. Okay, so unreacted Pyronado. Crits. Attack ER. Energy constraint. 210. That's what you're running right now. You're running 217.
Sure.
So we'll say 210.
I don't know. It's tough.
We're only gonna let it use unequipped artifacts.
Okay.
Off everything besides emblem. I said everything besides emblem. So
That was really funny about the Rainbow Yoimiya build.
Yep. Unreacted is the set you have on.
So this is pretty much what I run.
Yep. We can also change
What
that.
what goblet is that? There's my
wait,
power
hold on,
goblet.
let me... 2 fields, so she gets the mana buff. No, if we let it take from your Raiden, it'd be this, which is mostly your Raiden pieces, and the
You would
same
just
one,
take my Raiden's pieces.
and the same one circlet, and the same.
Yep. That
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep. But if we say it to not use stuff from Raiden, so we just say
Yeah.
all artifact or custom list.
Yeah, it's so tough with Raiden, balancing Raiden, Yelan, Raiden, Yelan, Sara, and Shangling for emblem.
I just fixed that up. Good job, me. There we go. And now it's everyone working. So she could take your Jingcho's Sands and your Sara hat, technically. And your Yao Yao Goblet. Because you run pyro damage Yao Yao, apparently.
That's not pyro damage, is that? I have a...
That is pyro on your Yao Yao right now.
That's funny.
So you could use something like this, or you could just use this. You could take artifacts from Sara or Yelan, or if you actually just want to take artifacts from no one, it's what you currently have on.
I'm definitely bookmarking this particular VOD of yours. All right, I'm gonna go eat. This was really awesome. Thank you for this. I really appreciate it.
Hope that helps.
It does very much. Hopefully, it helps someone in chat too.
Enjoy your lunch.
Fascinating stuff.
Bye.
Take care.
That was fun. Does that work as an optimizer tutorial for chat too? Was anyone able to follow that? Stepbird, I'm stuck. Stepbird, I'm stuck. Stepbird, I'm stuck. No. Definitely learned a bit. Okay. Cool. A little, you have no clue how to get the file. You use the scanner, like inventory camera with a K, is the one that I like using. Is Xiangling really ER hungry? Do you have 235 and it still sounds not enough? Does it sound or feel? If you feel like it's not enough, run 250. Feel? Then run 250. Or more. Xiangling needs a lot of ER. She is a very ER hungry character, one of the most in the game. I run 280 with EL. If you feel like it's not enough, get EL fishing. Not a real advice. EL's a very good 5-star weapon. EL is a very good 5-star weapon. The fact that it lets you run that much ER without tanking your damage is enough. Why is N3D better than N3C for Arlecchino? Her charge deck is very slow. You can do it. I've seen some chatter about using it. I won't believe it until I see footage. There is some chatter about using her charge attack going around, though. I run 180. Yeah, I run 180 with EL. Oh, sorry, I run 300 with EL right now. Sorry! My bad. 308. My bad, 3. How does my Shen Yun have 4K attack? By having that much attack. She's got a 5-star weapon. She has C2. By having... 280 plus EL passive. Would I say Tartaglia on Noblesse is worth it? No, I would not. I'd say 2-piece Noblesse. So yeah, very. Is this what happens when you go for useful substats? Question mark? Yes. Looking for useful substats is the optimal way to play your or roll artifact. Look for artifacts for your characters. Isn't it just 5-star weapon with Oathsword? TBH with Oathsword, you reach to 360. Nice. No Bluster tag. Yeah, my artifacts for Shen Yun aren't great. Even with damage percent goblet, damage percent has much higher value than attack percent. Sara Shiver's team. Weird optimizer chose the attack goblet for Jill's account. It might have just been because of the same one circlet. The same. It might have just been because of the same one circlet. Cons don't increase your attack? No, they do. She literally gets 20 attack percent from C2. She literally gets, it doubles her passive and gives her 20 attack percent. She literally does get stats from cons. When her wings are, when her butt is glowing, you see this glow? That is 20 attack percent. So if we wait for that to fade, our stats will be lower. So it's 380 now. How much ER do I run on Shen Yun? Not enough. My Shen Yun doesn't have enough ER right now. I think she's on a set just for attack percent right now. Yeah. Not enough, but I don't want to strongbox more to have this high of attack with more AR. Triple attack? Yeah, I want triple attack. You think you have too much EM and subs? Optimizer is now recommending an HP sands for plunge. If you're on D-Bane, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If you're on Homa, make sure you have sub 50 turned off for plunge, because you're never going to hit sub 50 with Shut-In. Actually, you can. It does happen. You can get the shit beat out of you, but it's not common. Yeah, it's D-Bane. Yeah, that would do it. You think Ride improved your account, especially with Shivers? Need to change your set? Your Xianyun heals for nothing? Okay. If you have C2 Xianyun, it's better to do 8 plunges. If you're on to C0 instead of the normal combo. Maybe? I don't know. I actually don't know. How many Riesling builds do I have? So many that the Enka dev came to my DMs to yell at me about it. Here, let me show you what, They sent me this because they were looking at improving displaying of more builds to get rid of the scroll bar. He was trying to look at getting rid of the scroll bar for builds. But then it was like, oh wait, what happens if you have this many builds? Akasha dev still hasn't fixed Navia's C2 leaderboard. What's wrong with it? Besides them factoring 4-piece gilded. I'm sorry, 4-piece troop. Which they probably shouldn't do. It's missing the burst procs from her C2. Oh. Is that... How much does that sway things? C4 Navia for Ito support. What do which leaderboard do I think is the most scam on Akasha? What do you mean by scam? I think a lot of them are funny and maybe not super practical, but I don't think any of them are scams. 140 ER Shimenawa's Aido is very funny, but it's not entirely unpractical. But it's not okay, it's a little unpractical, but it's not entirely useless. But it's... I think the biggest scam is them, like, screwing over Shimenawa's for Wanderer. I think that's a big snub and not correct. Ballad of the Fjords, Tao Fake leaderboard. They did it for Furina, and that's the only one that uses Jean. Because all of the other Utao Furina boards are with Bennett. Which I don't entirely agree with. But yeah, there's not a ton of scam stuff. A lot of the ER breakpoints for some characters are kind of a scam. Like, Riesling doesn't really want ER at all. despite me, like, I've got a really good 130 ER recently. He could not give less of a shit about ER. He could not. ER for C2 recently. Neuvillette ER. Neuvillette ER was a thing when Neuvillette released, to be fair. To be fair. It very much was a thing when he released. Since Furina, though, I think the Neuvillette boards need more Furina focus. To be honest. But other than that, like, I do think the Neuvillette boards need to be refocused on Furina. But there's nothing wrong with having ER for Neuvillette. Because there are Furina-less teams that do need ER. Neuvillette needs ER without his sake. And a Furina team? No, he doesn't. He needs 20 at most. Generally less, though. He really doesn't need ER with Furina. I've seen Tartaglia leaderboards and the Nymph Dream show. Oh, are we pretending Nymph's Dream buffed his burst? Fucking Giga Chad. Fucking Giga Chad. I mean, single target vape, single target speedrun if you melee burst. Because you'll do N1C burst in a speedrun. You'll do N1C. Based. Is Ruv considered a good build? I don't look at Ruv. I just count useful substats. I think RV is a little too hard to conceptualize. I don't know what RV looks like. Do you? I agree with factoring like low high rolls, but honestly, you can't control them anyway. So what's really the point? You can't control what stats you roll for, though. Are we doing viewer biz today? We were going to. I scared away people. I scared away. there were 3 people who messaged me like 3 hours ago. Oopsies. We were talking to Jello. It's 39 good stat rolls. Okay. We taught Jello how to use Genshin Optimizer. Dude, Chimus is Abyss? Oh yeah, I was gonna let Chimus do Abyss. Also, how are you doing, Jamie? You've seen some Niftrine child mains Civil War. Some people have calcs. You got permabanned? What? Oh, you got permabanned from Lost Ark? Calcs are scuffed. So the thing about Nymph is just whether or not you buff his burst. Ways to buff Tartaglia's burst with Nymph is to either do Kazuha. If you use Kazuha's burst, you never hold E, and you always cast his range burst before you use Pyronado, or you just use the hold E and never burst, and always cast before Pyronado. These are cases where you can pre-stack Nymph's Dream for his burst, and it will buff his burst, and it will be his best in slot set. You need to have very specific execution and do a very strict rotation that honestly most players won't do. It's also never group with Kazuha, never use Instructor. No, you can use Instructor. Just never cast Pyronado before you use Tartaglia's stuff. Or after Tartaglia's stuff. You always have to use Tartaglia's burst before Pyronado is summoned, which is why it gets really niche. There's also single target speedrun. I did mention it. If you do his melee burst, because you will do like N1C or N2C melee burst. So you apply Hydro to try to vape Pyronados during his melee burst animation. you will do that. This will happen. And in that case, you get full stacks on Nymph Dream for his burst. And it also becomes his best in slot set. That being said, do I think it is his best in slot set? No. Do I think it's worth farming? No. If you really want it, it'll come to the Strongbox in a year. It'll come to the... If you really want to be that dedicated, it'll come to the Strongbox in a year. I don't think you should ever farm for it. I mean, the domain, in my opinion. Vertigosh's Glow, I guess it's not bad to get a 2-piece HP for someone like Nilo. Especially if you don't have God Roll subs on flop for Nilo. Full cap, or getting enough HP on flop is technically possible. It's borderline impossible, though. It's... Technically, optimally, you run flop on Nilo. You need 25 HP percent on every artifact. And like 1,000 flat on your HP main stats. But technically, that's what's optimal. I don't think anyone's done it. I've never seen it, at least. I don't know if you have, Jamie. Just R5 key. R5 key does give you the HP percent to help you do that, yes. Does crit matter on Nilo? Absolutely not. You have 4 flop with 70k. You need like, you really want like 72k? You really want... Well, that is nice. You have multiple flop sets, at least if you flop. At least if you get flop, it's always best, whereas Nymph sets are situationally better. It's not just getting flop, though. It's getting, like, fucking... You need really good flop for it to be best on Nilo. You need really, really good flop for it to be Nilo's best set. Like, really good flop. It is always best in slot to have on a Nilo team, which is good. But on Nilo herself, it's very difficult. What flop? Flowers of Paradise Lost. You've got triple EM flop, 200% ER from cock for substats. I have that for, yeah, I do have that as well. I do have a full EM flop set. I have a full HP flop set. It's not a good one. Well, yes, Furina will take fall damage. There's Nilo. I don't think my flop set is good enough. But I can check real quick. Flop. It's almost Berserk. What is the set name? There's also full sentence. There we go. Yeah, 67k HP. My flop set is not good enough to run on Nilo. My flop set is just not. That is not enough HP. Even if I had an R5 key, that would not be enough HP. What's better, 2 flat HP rolls? You can't get... the HP percent roll is better. You can't get HP percent on HP percent main stats. So you have to rely on getting flat HP. You have to... It is the only way to get HP on these on your Sands, Goblet, Circlet. In theory, the best Nilo build is flop. No. It is HP, HP, HP. With flat HP and HP. With flat HP. Is Nilo just HP EM? Yes, Nilo is literally just an HP EM character. Nilo is a 2 substack character. On flop, you just want HP. You don't even really want EM, you just want HP. You just... EM is nice, but you really do just need a lot of HP. Shit, what was my needless at? Akashas, I think. Yeah. Oh wait, no. Shit. I think it's one of these. I'm pretty sure I offset up my sounds. Which one of these is out of place? Shoot. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever. Yeah. How do people get 70k HP? By getting HP. Isn't there a diminishing return while above going certain HP on Nilo? You really want over 70k HP, ideally like 72k. There technically is a hard cap at 74k, but it doesn't really matter. There's a point where it just becomes hard to get enough stats because you do want EM to some extent. She gives herself a ton of EM with her 5-star weapon, which helps, but there is a point where the stats just become too hard to get. Now, optimizing for Nilou is a little bit complicated, because giving her HP also buffs the blooms of any other blooms that are triggered in the team. The best thing about farming Flop is you can farm for most of her team there. Yes, her team is very good with Scaramouche. Yes, her team is very good. Yes, her team. It's more like everyone just wants Flop. It's more like everyone just wants Flop. Why is Flop better? Because assuming you have unlimited stats on Flop, it becomes the best in slot. It's very hard to do, but technically it can happen. It requires a lot of resin. But eventually Flop does become Nilou's best in slot slot. It does happen. It's just very difficult. You can also get HP cards in Abyss. Yes, you can also get HP cards in Abyss. You can reset for HP and EM cards. You can reset. Wonderful. Two-piece HP for her and two-piece HP for her. Two-piece Hydro for Tharthalia. You'll Strongbox Flop in 5.0 because every other set isn't really useful. Yeah, me too. I think Flop is the only one I'd want to Strongbox. If I played more Wanderer, I'd try to farm another set for him. I don't think I'd give a shit though. Especially now that I just play him with Furina. I'll just use Mirshasai Hunter if I ever get Tola. Or Tugatola. Mirshasai Hunter can enter the Strongbox in 6.0. Don't worry, chat. When we get to Snezhnaya, you'll be able to Strongbox for Mirshasai Hunter. And it'll be irrelevant on all your characters. It'll be... Waiting for Snezhnaya. How cope is Senora rerun? You know, there's a lot of fire ladies in the Fatui. There's a lot of There's a lot of Crimson Witches in the Fatui. We're getting one next update. I hope they change 2-year Strongbox and 5.0. Why would they? What artifacts to not build? Yeah, it's really good. Subtle. No, I haven't. Basically, sets are a little too character dependent. Oftentimes those videos, unless it's about substats, even when it is about substats, it devolves into, yeah, these are the characters I think are good. Farm their artifacts. Same way I feel about 5-star weapon tier lists these days. They very much turn into, yeah, these are the good characters. Get their 5-star weapons. If a character is good, their 5-star weapon is better. That's not what the video was about. It was specifically about Tartaglia, Linny, and Ganyu. Not general artifact farming. Are you shilling for 2-piece on Linny? If the video is shilling for 2-piece on Linny, I'm sorry, I can't agree. I'm sorry, I can't. I think that's incredibly short-sighted. I think that's an incredibly bad take. Ugh. Yeah, let me just lose 10% of my damage so I can speedrun. Or 8%? I think it's 8%. I think that's a horrifically bad take. You can't hear? You got ads. There you go.
Yeah.
I've spoken to other Liddy mains in my server. No one uses it. If you want me to talk to Linny mains in my server, I can tell you what they use. They use Furina and they play vape. They play vape. The people who play Linny in my server just play vape. I think it's half of them use EM sands. And if you're playing with Furina, you're absolutely going to be using Meshasai Hunter on your Linny. Because the time it takes to do your first charge shot, it's fully stacked. It's literally fully stacked the time it takes to do one charge shot. It's literally... Use it for Furina team, but not Mono Pyro. You're putting a lot of stock in one-shotting the enemies with your burst and skill. The damage you lose by not using 4-piece Meshasei on your Linny across, let's say, 40-second clear time, it's a lot. I think it's a really bad take to say use 2-piece on Linny. I think it's a really bad take to say that. If you are literally one-shotting enemies with your Lenny, yeah, you need to crit. Not critting on the first cat plus CA feels omega bad when you play Lenny. Okay. I think you lose enough of your damage to where it's a problem. To the point where it's a problem. Unless you're, like, kind of fundamentally crit fishing. Is T-Pulse good on Gnarly? It's okay as a stat stick. It's better than a lot of the 4-star weapon options, yeah. Or it's better than his 4-star weapon options. You start Lenny, you 2 charge decks and shieldless teams every time for crit. No? But I do start Lenny. First of all, I always get hit when I play Lenny. First of all, and his HP goes up, gets say Hunter stacks. But besides that, T-Pulse Tortalia, do you play differently? No. Sounds like a me problem. You open with Lenny's Burst. You do. If I was doing a speedrun for Lenny, I'd crit fish it. I run 70 crit rate with Merciless Hunter on my Lenny. I run 70-260 with like 130 ER. I would just crit fish the burst if I needed to. If I really had to for a speedrun, I would crit fish it. The damage on his charge attacks that you get from Merciless Hunter, it's a little too much for me. That's kind of it. I think it's too important. That 8%, like, it's like 8-9%. It's way more than enough for me to say, don't use anything else. Ganyu 2 Beast is more defendable. Ganyu 2 Beast is extremely defendable. Ganyu's burst is incredibly important. It does a ton of damage. And it increases her damage. Ganyu 2 Beast is very fair. And it's one of the reasons that new burn set is going to be very good for Ganyu. Would I be able to try on this account? They finished floor 10. All right, we'll do floor 11. Let's see what's going on here. Message me again, please. Is there anything that makes me quit a game when I feel like the game isn't respecting my time, or when I just... Honestly, the reason you quit games, it's not out of rage, it's out of disinterest. How many Merciless Hunter stacks do you get on these for CA? It depends how much HP you have. The lower your HP is, the more Bennett will tick and heal you and stack your Merciless Hunter on that charged attack. On your charge. Lenny literally drops his HP every charge attack. He gets it back every E skill. But when you start the chambers with not full HP, which you commonly do, your Merciless Hunter gets stacked near instantly. You remember me disliking Merciless for Lenny day one? I did. Because I figure, because a lot of the same reasons of, yeah, it takes too long to stack, it's kind of scuffed. But at this point, it's too much of a damage increase. What is global server? NA, okay. C8 get hit. Did you know Lenny can take damage in his burst? Did you know Lenny? If you really wanted to, you could listen to his song and take damage in his burst. What? Yes. When he goes, he can take damage. He can get it. They changed it during his beta, so he specifically could get it during it. Because originally he couldn't. He wouldn't before, yes. Lenny is also Wonder level squishy. Yes, yes he is. Lenny's actually squishier. He's lower def. He can take all the damage he wants. The thing is, he's probably gonna die. This is a 4-month-old account. Let's see what's going on here. They got Raiden, they got Navia, they got Furina. Okay, there's cool stuff here. We can definitely try to clear 11. Who's the squishiest character? It's Lenny. It's... The most likely characters to get one shot are Lenny and Wander. Runners up are Klee and Ganyu. Nahida and Yai are also very squishy. Actually, neither, not as. I don't remember. But yeah, you die the most on Wander and Lenny. You die. Who is the tankiest character? If you count healing coming in, it's Nivelat, I believe. In terms of effective HP, it might be either... It might be Hu Tao. Still, I'm not sure. There are a lot of characters that are tankier now. Nilu especially, yeah. Nilu has the highest HP pool of any character, yeah. What about Null? Null's a 4-star. She has 4-star stats. Null's a 4. On-field Kokomi? On-field Kokomi is super tanky. Yeah, absolutely. Furina. Furina's never on field, though. How are we going to do this? We're going to play Navia one side. Oh, they didn't build Jingzhou. Okay. Based. How are we going to do this? Yeah, something for G-Resonance. Nope, I'm just gonna force G-Resonance. Yep, they haven't built Bennett, okay. Welcome to the team, Goro. Welcome to the team. Level 20 Geo Traveler, not so into at that point, might as well use Goro. Why does Kazuha have so much def? Because I don't want him dying when he goes in midair. Excuse me. Alright, cool. Excellent work, General Goro. Yeah, you still your residence, well dead. Wouldn't Pyresonance be better? I don't think so. Maybe if there was a Pyro character that could do something. The Geo-Resonance is technically more important. The general died for a good thought. That just didn't... You know, this would be a cool moment for Navi to be able to look up. This would be a cool moment for Navi to look up. Furina and Navi are C2. It's a waifu only account, so they haven't built Bennett or Jingcho. Based. I can respect it. Yeah, Resonance is still active when the character is dead. Waifu only account, incredibly based. Pull Yelan. Thank you, Nahiva. Your account is also waifu only. Nice. Jingcho's a waifu though? Wait, Navia's dying. That might be a problem. Yeah, that's gonna be a big problem. You thought Jingcho was a girl when you started the game? Based. Gotta build the M for the crystallite shields. We're just gonna start doing damage now. Oh, I dodged that. Should have played Maiden's Goro. I don't even know if their Goro was C4 in the first. He was also level 20. Wow, these are annoying. Wow, these are annoying. We'll take the death card. Hang in there, Navia. Rose Cracker. $58 HP in a dream. What? What? Oh, come on. I'm gonna have to reset for that. Really? What a sucker punch. Alright, cool. We're good now. There we go. God healer is tough. Yeah. This is also two of these guys. Goro's levels, any relevant or really stay level 50 forever. It gives him more def, which increases his healing. Also, ascending Goro gives him talent levels, which are extremely important. Thanks, Piss Stream. This guy even clear floor 12? No, but we can clear floor 11. We need to get that first crystal. We need to get that first. Urgently, actually. Okay, this is not gonna happen. Okay, this is not gonna happen. Okay, this is just straight up not gonna happen. There's literally no way. We're gonna have to go get a healer. Have I played Fire Emblem? I have. I like them. I really like Fire Emblem games, actually. Come on! Close. Close. They haven't built Charlotte? They do have built Charlotte. It's close. Sisyphus. Shut up. I'm good at this game, I swear. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Navi's alright. She's hanging in there. They didn't group. Wonderful. Navi's having a family meeting! I prefer a group meeting, if you know what I mean. Okay, so the way we have to do floor 12 is your only healer Charlotte? Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, here we go. Oh, fuck. We have no healer. We have no healer here either. Use Jean? You're right. I like the way you think. I like the way Did you go second half? No, not for this top side. We're gonna get the first two chambers, and then we'll climb again. Or we can just try to straight shot it. Nah, I'd win. Sprawl those rocks into quicksand. True. We're not dead. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Come on. We have no ER. We have no ER. Holy fuck, we have no ER! We have none at all! Oh my god, why do they have no ER? Oh my god, they have no ER at all! Oh my god. Fuck it. Fuck it. Wow, these characters are not built. These characters are really not built. Wow, okay. These might be the most not built characters I've ever played. Wow. What is this bit? What is going on here? Yeah, okay. Wow. Please tell me you have talent levels. Motherfucker. This is not optional. This is not optional. This is not optional. Whew. It is based though. It is based though. Also, we're gonna have to do this. Okay, Jean's not built anyway. Who is built? Charlotte isn't built. Who the fuck is built? Genuine question. Who is built? Do they have a single built healer? Is it only Shinobu? Is it only Shinobu might be their only healer. Alright, this is gonna work. Alright, I am counting on you, Mona. I am counting on you, Mona. Uh-oh. Alright, Gene, get ready. Oh, I lost that. Wow, I can't see. Wow, you cannot see them. Wow. You really can't see shit. Alright. Can you guys see? This chamber was a mistake. Did she just fall in place? You can see a light. The one at the end of the tunnel, don't go towards it. The one at the... Yeah, okay, this is not fucking happening. Okay, this is not fucking happening. Holy shit. No. Let's cook it and not damage. Does this Raiden have no artifacts? She appears to have HP. So I can't say she has no artifacts. They need to fish. Jesse, we need to cook. Raiden, we need to fish. Raiden, we need to fish. Whatever, man. C0 or C2 Raiden? I don't know. I don't think it matters in this case. I don't think it... Right now, I don't think it matters. Worst enemies of all time. Come on. So you can jump higher than those lines. Yeah, I did. Alright, we're getting screwed today, boys. Let's get it over with. They have no AR. They have actually zero. Fuck. They have actually zero AR on their Furina. This is not playable. This is not playable. This is not playable. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Keep farming, man. You'll get there. You're looking for advice to improve. I have one piece of advice that you aren't gonna like. Don't be afraid of men. Don't be afraid of men. Please fish. Please go fishing for the catch. You really want it for your ride-in. You have the green stick. You have options. You need more artifacts. You need more artifacts real bad. You need more artifacts real bad. You really need more pieces. Yeah, you really need more artifacts. Emblem is available from the Strongbox. You dread fishing, you still don't have an R5 catch, yeah. Just fish. Go fishing. Fish for the catch for your Raiden or your Shengling. Either way, you're going to appreciate using it, or you're going to appreciate having it. If you really don't want to use men, that's fine. You can make do. There are women-only teams. It's just going to take a lot more effort. Farm Emblem, Farm Navi is set for your Navia. Unless you always want to play your Navia with Furina, in which case you can use Mercilessly Hunter. Basically, the builds, basically, yeah. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, then we'll run the next account. I'm logged out now, by the way. I will be RB. Okay. Chevrolet's Raiden Sara, Shangling Sara is like a women-only team. Yeah, if they have Yale on, it also makes things a lot easier because you don't completely avoid Jingqiao. Anywhere he could be used between her and Furina. Hotao, Furina, Yeon, Shen Yunjin is a women-only team. Yeah, it is. There are a lot of women-only teams. There are a lot of men-only teams. If you really want to avoid... if you really want to be sexist, you can be. It's just difficult. 19 instead of cut, you get sucrose. Okay, who must be? Ekarsh. Okay, we will run you. We'll run for Ekarsh. And then we'll do Steve. And other message request. Yeah, 1 second. We got a bit of a line now. Asia. Navia cons are pretty mid. Not really. They're quite good. Navia's a quite good character in general. Is that a green stick Zhongli? Oh my god, it is. Oh my god. Holy based. Holy based. What are we gonna do here? You haven't talked at all yet. Okay. And he doesn't know how to type faster. Type more. If you want to type faster, type more. You can do typing speed tests. There are technically games that you can. There are typing games, like I forget zombie typing or whatever. I don't know the name, but there's a zombie game where you type to kill the zombies. Go to you. What do we play here? Is there anything we can do that will get all 3 chambers? Easily? Not really. We're gonna have... Yeah, we can get away with that. Yeah, we can get away with that. Yeah, we can get away with that. It'll work. Fight the Lolly, please. We'd have to play him second side. We could. I'm not gonna force him. Unless they want me to. Here. Thank you. We can at least keep them in place. I guess we're here. That's fine though. Like, just get them in place. so we can stop them from running away from us. Okay, cool. Nice fall damage. Cool. On the end, Danica. What about him? Okay. I just fucked that up. Good job, me. Holy ping. Thank you, Aisha Ping. Very cool. Is Yellen dead? She actually. Oh, Bennett is. Oh, Bennett is! Thanks, Asia. You know, it's called the Asia server. It's actually the Japanese server. Fun fact. Damn it. Cool. Saying the America server is actually a USA server? Yes. Yes, I am. I can't dodge. I actually can't dodge because of this thing. Okay, wonderful. Okay. This is gonna be a real problem next chamber. This is gonna be a real problem next chamber. Kazuha is good because he is Kazuha and he groups enemies. Genshin's only one grouper. Genshin's only one. Genshin's literal only grouper. Venti? Ooh! I didn't even know Venti was a playable character. Sucrose, Hyper Bloom. Just play Kazuha. Thank you. Thank you. Going up. At this point, I might as well wait. Yeah, whatever. We can polish this off here. No. Thank you. And we're good. We might as well take that. Do I actually mash my keyboard keys, or is my keyboard just loud? I think my keyboard is just loud. Let me close all my windows, try to cut down on lag. I don't need all these tabs open. Okay. Cool. Oh, I got Kutsing in 1.0. Kutsing was my first 5-star. The purple cat girl. I played Razor as well before I got Kutsing. So my first name is either Razor or Kutsing. Thank you. Get back in there, please. Thank you. Is minute 40 enough time? I wish I knew. Wonderful. I forgot to resummon Furina's summons. Good job, me. Professional. 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 We're gonna have to reset. This is my skill issue. Yeah, I have to reset because my skill issue. Wonderful. Wonderful. Good job, me. You know what? You know what? Yeah. Take that. Beautiful stuff. Okay. Fuck. Thank you. Bad start. Fucker. Come on. Nice RNG, XDD, yeah. Make a better pace. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Cool. Alright, let's not fuck this up. Alright, cool. go. Oh, come on! I'm mad. I'm pissed. I'm pissed about. I'm really pissed about that. Fuck it. We're just gonna go for it. We have time. This boss is made of XDD. Good enough. Actual tomfoolery. Dude, this freaking guy. Alright. Furina laying pipe. True. Does Arlecchino come first ever second half next batch? She should be first half. We've already cleared. Brief message from playing pretty consistently from 1.2 to 1.3-ish until Yellow initial release. He came back during 4.4. You've struggled at 36 star ever since coming back. 12 is unattempted right now. Interesting. Palufo says they already cleared. They want to know what I would play. Clear more easily. Only Steve. We'll do only Steve. We'll do only Steve right now, and then we'll do the other two. Where's that 3? EU server. We just played on Asia ping. Why are you guys upset about EU? If you dash back in, you get it again. Yes. We just played on Asia ping. Why are you guys upset about EU? Wait, what? How do you get it to be that big? Wait, what? What? How did you do that? How did you do this? HTML? It accepts HTML? It accepts HTML? Yes. It works in all Holyo games. Wow. Listen, these nuts are just that big. Let's just see what they're doing on Chamber 3 right now. Unity game. It is a Unity game, yeah. Latham topside? Okay. Interesting. Oh, he's dead. Nah, he live. I can't dodge, I'm stuck in. Oh, okay. Hey, you guys remember what we just did? Hey, you guys remember what? Okay, that was quick. That's deep in. Don't forget to claim your rewards. That's so funny. I did not know you could use HTML script. Sure. Okay, we're gonna try this. Played it pretty consistently until Yelan release, came back in 4-4. As Line Trent was finishing up, you struggled at 36 ever since. Let's see what's going on here. This one sounds really interesting. We just played 2 D-Banes in a row. We just played 2 D. I feel like you're projecting a little bit. I feel like you're projecting. And yes, you should have Yelan. If you play Utao. There's no reason to not have Yelan. She's only an upgrade. Okay, we're gonna do Hisham. We'll do Palufo. And then we'll do Bruise Vein. Yes. Steve, Furina, Yelan, Bennett. On paper, Furina, Yelan, and then a healer, whether that be Bennett or Shanyan. Okay. Strong bird. Bird up. Feel free to move around any artifacts. We probably will. Okay, so you have Nahida, you have Ralden, you have Kazuha, okay. You have John Lee, God of Li Wei. Is your Sungling built? I should actually look, because we might have to play her. Mostly, yeah. Okay, then. Interesting. Please level your weapons. What were the talent levels on your Raiden? Okay. Do you have Shinobu? Oh. Wow. This suddenly got more difficult. Oh, this suddenly got more difficult. I didn't check on Sheng Lang. I saw talent plus. I saw +3 on burst. So I have at least C3. Raiden is C2? No Shinobu. Okay. Play EM Raiden? No, but we are going to do this. Yeah, I think we are going to do this. Yeah, let's try it. We're gonna not clear Coppelia because we're gonna fucking die, but oh well, we'll go for it. We'll give it a run. We'll just give it a we'll give it a nice college try. Where does that saying even come from? Why is that a saying? I don't think it. Does anyone know where that saying comes from? At least we have normal ping, so we could plausibly do hitless. I could plausibly play hitless here, so that's nice. I'd rather not have to, though. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have the option. It doesn't look like I'm gonna have the option. Fuck. We're gonna have to do hitless. We're gonna have to play hitless. We can play hitless, gets hit immediately. Yeah, I know. Get back here! Come on. These bitches. And Kazu's dead. It's nice knowing you, buddy. Playlist is Persona 5, but it's lo-fi. Well, this is awkward. Why does your pet have no ER? How little ER is this? I don't think I want to know. I don't think I want to know how much ER is on your Bennett. Is this C3 Raiden? C2 Raiden. Yes, the names do change over time. They're randomly generated. Let's go! Let's fucking go. We might not die. Hoggers. Excuse me. Pull him up. Cool. College baseball outfielders would go after the balls that are clearly uncatchable. It means a futile effort. I know it means that. I know it means that. I do know it means a futile effort. Yes. My cleanest whiff ever. We have a minute, we're fine. Oh good, we got the cube. Nice. Fine. No Raiden Z, I know. I forgot to recast it. Raiden not the bad second. Run's good second side. Run's very good second side. Even without Shivers. Obviously Shivers is nice though. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Nice. Man, this Abyss card kind of goated. Man, this Abyss card is... Kutzing turned into Arlecchino. The Kutzing did turn into Arlecchino. Well, he has no ear. shield up. Why do you keep doing the early shield up? Ah, man, that sucks. That sucks so much. Come on, man. Oh, pushing Chogan. How fucked is this ER? How fucked? I don't think I want to know. I know it's bad. That I know for sure. We have time, it's okay, yeah. How little ER is this? Oh my god. What's better if you won? Oh my god! Why is it so low? Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god! Why have you built your meta like this? What have you done? What have you done? Why would you build your meta for damage? He doesn't do any. Oh my god. Oh. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, it's still terrible. That's still awful. Ugh. That is still awful. Whatever. What is going on with your Xingqiu? Okay, whatever. I'd run Warrior on your Xingqiu too. Oh, did you? Oh dear. I'm sorry if you pulled this for Kitsing. At least we did that 20% def did come in handy. That 20% def came in handy. Actually, it's probably not bad on Kutzing at CR1. 16 and 24. I don't think it's bad, actually. I think it's definitely the best Kutzing weapon they have. It's definitely the best Kutzing weapon they have. It's probably similar to Mist. Yeah, it's probably similar to Mist. Huh. It's like 10% better than R5 Wolfang at R1 without Geo. Are you sure? Actually, Wolfang's kind of crap on Kutzing too. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, no, I believe it. Yeah, this is probably your best Kutzing weapon. Absolutely. Oh, I take that back. I take that back. Please level your weapons, though. Also, that def. That def was really nice. I'm not gonna lie. That def came in clutch. That def came in clutch. Literally Shao C4. Literally Shao C4. Literally. Is really weapon pretty good? Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't that bad. This abyss is not that terrible for you. We got very lucky with the healing cards, though. We got very lucky. We got absurdly lucky with those heal cards. Not bad, Hisham. Welcome to Modern Genshin. You got the Chiori sword last night? Nice. You wanted Alley Hunter. They said they barely cleared. Wonder what I would do to clear it more easily. Let's take a peek. Uraku Kutsing for Strongman. Yeah, number one piece of advice I will give to you to help level your weapons, please. Please level your weapons. Number one source of damage that you can get, level your weapons. And build the R, yes, and build the R. It was good enough to 36 star. It was good enough. ER police, get on the ground. ER police. This is an Asia account. Is it worth using ER sands over attack percent? I was struggling with EL. The difference is very small, and it can be a lot more comfortable, but it is ultimately up to you. Technically, the attack sands is better, but it is up to you. You use Raiden Yela Nahida Baiju first half, and Ito second half. And you were barely able to do it? Who do you have? Nah, I do. No Kazuha, noted. There's a well-built Ayaka. You wonder if she sucks or if you suck. No, Ayaka sucks this abyss. No, no, don't worry about that. You also don't have Kazuha, so she's never gonna be great that's on your account right at this moment. It's kind of hard, man. Are we gonna play Venti? No, we're not. Ayaka Mono Cryo is good second half. The bosses don't move. Yeah, it can be good second half. You can play Ayaka second half, absolutely. I wouldn't without Kazuha. No non-Kazuha havers unite. Paste. How is your Ito? It's a struggle out here. I feel this, for real, for real. I feel you, man. For real, it's a struggle. Yeah, you just kind of need more artifacts. We can try the Ayaka, though. Fucking based. Fucking. C6 Sucrose or Venti, artifacts suck. You keep trying to pull for his weapon. I wouldn't worry about that. Oh, you're talking about Ito's weapon? Okay. I thought we were talking about the Venti weapon for a second. You weren't actively playing? You came back for a few years, you just came back, you have no resources now. Welcome back! Welcome back! You know what you actually can do? You don't have Furina, never mind. Damn it. I was gonna say you don't have Furina or Kazuha. I was gonna say you could play Kokomi at DPS. You can play Kokomi. Damn it. Damn it. That sucks. There's someone to 100% all the regions where you'll have resources. Awful take. But I got for bossing. It's actually good. It is. It is very good. Holy Asia Peng. I feel like I'm playing in mud. N4 is whenever you play with Jingcho, Shengling, Yelan, Aggravate. I really do feel like I'm playing in mud. Everything feels so slow. Nah, I don't. Ride and burst bot check. Ride and burst bot check. Ride and burst bot check. There it is. There it is. Oh my god. I can't right now. I can't right now. Oh my god, oh, it's so slow. Why is everything so slow? Is that Jadewing Spear? That is Jadewing Spear. Yes, it is. Okay, this is a lot better. Yeah, I can see. Yo, Razor, thanks so much for the raid. This right is basically no buffs, yes. How are you doing today? Is that Aqua's foot? That is Aqua's sim. Uh-oh. Very anxious on ulting. Toledo will carry? I mean... Kinda is. He kinda is. He kinda is. He kinda... Switching Yell and Xingzhe here have been better? No. You could put more damage. Second side looks very solid. This is Ito. This Ito is incredibly scuffed. This Ito is incredibly scuffed. This Ito is incredibly scuffed. They are groups. Wonderful. Cool. 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 Thank you. Alley-oop. Do not get hit, please. Okay, cool. Cool. We're okay. Whew. Does Ryan even benefit from Ag? Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't you be able to play Ag? They have no artifacts, the Ryan better here? Yes. They're right. Yes, it is. Bruh. Oh, this sucks. Ito is not very good against this thing. It's a bit sad. I wish he had a better matchup here, but he just doesn't. We're good. Whoa, we're good. Saved. Saved. The riding shotgun. Still want to clear? Not bad. No, not bad. Wait, what? Furina's first go! Oh, he got bugged! He used his first by swapping! He got bugged! There's a bug where sometimes if you swap, it'll use your bursts. Ah, oh, come on. Ah, come on. It can happen. It's a real thing. It sucks, but it's a real thing. What are the odds? We'll see what happens again. I can't believe I didn't even notice it happens. I can't believe I didn't even notice. That's been a bug for a very long time. It's been a bug for a very long time. Is he gonna use? No, he. Okay, good. You. You need more air. That I can tell you for sure. But there you go. This team is hella calm. Yeah, it is a pretty chill clear. You do just need to spend more resin. It clears. It's not as easy as we would like. You just got to spend more resin. You got to get more artifacts. You got to get more. You really got to you got to bunker down and get more artifacts. I'm sorry, but that is just them's the rules. You got to get more artifacts. You got to. For reference chat, this is what we were playing. For reference chat, this is what we were... Featured this clip. Yeah. Sure, I'll feature it for you. You've seen worse Itos. At least he has def. Yeah, he does have def. But yeah, you just need more artifacts. You really just need to bunker down to farm more artifacts. I wouldn't farm the domain for HUD, for Husk. Just get it from the Strongbox. Go until you get a better flower Maybe a better Sands. You do want more ER. Obviously, eventually a Goblet can drop. Yeah. Just spending more resin will make things a lot easier for you. You have all the characters you really want. You might want to grab Kazuo next patch, actually, or in a few weeks. You could also grab Nuvillette if you want him. I'm not sure how much you'll play Nuvillette without Furina. But Goro and Exile even, you really want Noblesse, especially with Chiori on the team. But yeah, playing Ito with your Yelan can be is higher damage than using your Bennett. You'd need a little bit more ER on Yelan. You could always just put her on Fav though. Fav Yelan probably would have just fixed our problems. Yeah. You know, if I'd thought to do it, I would have. If I'd thought. They only have one Fav anyway. Doesn't matter. Our 2 Agua? Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Maybe this was the right choice. Exile and Goro. Exile and Goro can help. It can definitely help, but technically it's not its best set. Yeah, that cleared very easily though. Not bad. Not bad, Mr. Dio. Limited resin, you spent everything on Ayaka. Yeah. We can try to play the Ayaka. Motherfucker. Play Mono Cryo Ayaka? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to. Excuse me. My apologies. Whew. You're getting roasted over here? Only God controls the artifacts, that's true. It's a very impressive Ayaka besides having no ER though. If you had ER, it would be a very good build. I didn't even realize your Ayaka was that well built. We can try it. I didn't even put artifacts on Rosaria. She doesn't need them. As long as she never gets hit, she doesn't need them. God, these women. God, these women. I should go get Baisha. I should go get Baisha. I should have just run Baisha again. It's the same clear anyway. They're built different in Shania. Why is your sucrose on Eldstorm? Why does this feel like it's worse than Naruto? Well, I guess because they don't have TTDS. Yeah, we'd have to get TTDS. Play Bennett instead of Rosaria. Put TTDS Sucrose. It'll be way easier. They're not fucking bursting without Rosaria. They're not fucking... I don't know if you comprehend, chat. Chat, I don't know if you understand. Okay, ER Sans. Oh my god. Oh, it was also no VV. Do you have VV? Okay, maybe this wasn't that bad then. Okay, maybe this wasn't that bad. That was good for no VV? That was good for no VV. Okay. Maybe this isn't so bad. We're gonna get back in there. Did I just unequip an artifact? Oh. I found a problem. They only have one TTDS. They only have one. Slight issue. Slight issue. Slight issue. Not a whale doesn't even have 5 TTDs. TTDs Baiju Kring. Uh-huh. Okay. Wouldn't Fav's Sucrose work? She's not gonna crit. She's not gonna crit, so it's not gonna matter. To a temple for TTDS. Funny. Come on. Come on. I just fucked that up. Okay. Cool. Cool. Take two. Hey, the Bennett has a lot of here. Alright, Chaz, is this what you wanted? Wow. Two bursts, but it took them 30 seconds per burst. Wow, they don't have enough here. They just don't. Freeze is very good. Sure, buddy. Alright. Freezing enemies is not for damage. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's... Yes, you would rather play Zhongli. Nah, I'd live. Zhongli does not freeze. Why do enemies need to be frozen? Well, I'll ask. Why do you think something is good just because enemies are frozen? Why do you need things to be frozen? You shouldn't need things to be frozen. Because they don't move and hit you? What does Zhongli do? Okay, you know what? Fuck this, I'm done. You know what? Fuck this, I'm done. Fuck this, Frieza's fundamentally OP based. We're moving on. That's why, because Freeze doesn't do anything. You can say it's defensively valuable. It is less offensively relevant than something that is equally or better for defensively relevant. So why would we ever play Freeze? It enables Blizzard Strike, right? Okay. You're up. Okay. So they don't move. Why do you need them to not move? So they can't hit you? You could just use Zhongli. You can just use... That's the thing. Like, you would just use Zhongli. You can just use Zhongli. Is Chiori's best team currently? Something with Geo, either Navia or Ito. Speaking of Navia, we managed to play Navia here. Oh, can we just do chamber 3? Oh, cool. Let's just see what they're doing then. If you have Zhongli, you would use him. If you don't have Zhongli, you can't use him. Do you know who's free? Cole. You can always play Cole. Okay. It'll work. We can work with this. We can work with this. Yeah, fuck it. What? Where's Navia? We'll run with it. Fuck it. Oh my god. No, I'm not playing this. No, I'm not playing this. No, I'm not playing that. No, we're not playing this. No, we're not. What is this build? Oh. I was like, is it? Oh, shame. Do they have Kazuha? No. Yes, they do. Oh my god, yes they do! Let's go! I'm hyped. Wait, they skipped Furina. Damn it. Damn it! Fuck. It's fine. You think Nuvia will still clear here? I think he can too. I don't know if I want to find out. I don't know if I want. I'm not sure I want to find out. Actually, we can play Punch Furina without Shunyan. It'll be more consistent because we'll get the crystallizes. Surely he is geared. Well, let's find out if he's geared. You're never gonna know unless you look. %30 rate incoming. Possibly. Hey, he's critting. Look at that. We have crit rate. I repeat, we have crit rate. I'm hyped. Oh, -1. Are they both there? I actually can't tell. Are they both there? I think they are. Okay. We're good. Well. And they have no ear. Rare footage of Zhongli producing geoparticles. WAER is such a thing. I'll try to scan Zhongli. I mean, just use Chiori now. At this point, you just use Chiori. You can say just play Chiori now. You don't need to burst every rotation on Navia. You don't. It's still nice. You don't have to, but it's nice to be able to. What are we playing topside? Blizzard. Is this Proto Ember? I assume it's Sack Jade. Ruh-roh. Is the stream okay? Muted? Oh. Wonderful.